2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Konnichiwa, good evening and welcome to official qualifying 1 and 2 for the first round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship season that starts here in February and we go towards the tail end of October. I'm live in the studio here in Denmark, but I'm hoping that we have a visitor in the world of the internet. Is Chris Buxton there by any chance, my good sir? Fingers crossed.
Here he is with a wonderful trip around Matsusaka.
Good evening, Chris. Long time no speak, buddy. How the devil are you?
Yes, what a way to kickstart this series.
Indeed, the first of 6 rounds, and we are at the iconic Matsusaka circuit, one of 2 FIA Grade 1 listed tracks alongside Italy's Fiorano circuit, where Scuderia Ferrari normally go testing pre-season before anything else happens. There's a lot of binging and bonging because we've got some drivers going into the driver's call, which Chris is actually currently in at the moment. But Chris, this circuit, it's very challenging. There's a lot of fast corners, a lot of technical sections where you need intestinal fortitude. You like to play on words, don't you? Intestinal fortitude, determination, and precision all at the same time. And that's what's going to be crucial, because drivers are in their last throes of practice before we go into official qualifying in around about 8 minutes' time. But from your sim racing commentary experience, Suzuka is always a killer, especially when it comes to pushing flat out. He's...
I got you again.
You
Sorry,
got
I
me
lost
back
you for a
again.
moment there.
As I was saying, it's a very testing circuit here at Matsusaka. It's going to put the teams through the ringer for once around the clock, starting at 2 p.m. Central European time tomorrow.
Yeah, Suzuka is one of these tracks. I beg your pardon, I knew I would do that at some point.
I did it yesterday, don't worry.
Yeah, the Matsusaka. We'll have to get that right, of course, to give it its correct term for this particular series. Matsusaka is one of these circuits that really does demand a very stable setup. We, of course, enjoyed these competitors at Le Mans last October, which requires very little in the way of wings and lots of right foot. Here is about precision. It's about patience. Raw pace isn't the be-all and end-all here. Some drivers prefer that. Some drivers, of course, will be more suited to lots of right foot and less worrying about it. So it's going to be a real test on how well these teams can adapt their setup for all of their drivers.
Indeed, one of the biggest rules about qualification, if you are in the pit lane and you hit the return to carriage button, which is basically by pressing escape, you're fine. If you're doing it any part out on track, one of the biggest caveats here, Chris, because this is an amalgamated qualifying session, we've got 2 hours during the daytime, 2 hours during night. If at any point one of the teams decides, I'm going to hit escape during qualifying, that's your session basically terminated, and you can run in the other session. It's going to really test the teams, because especially when you get rear wing damage like we see on the DPIs and LMP2s that I've seen over the last couple of days, whilst the teams and drivers have been really getting used to the cars around this fearsome and demanding circuit.
Yeah, completely. It's one of these things that, like I say, patience is going to be very telling. It's really tempting to hit that tempting escape button. It's very tempting to do. Now, it might sound like, well, surely you can ignore it. But when you're in the throes of frustration, when you've been pushing and whatever reason you just haven't got that one clean lap you need, as we're looking at Michael Francesconi. I've been trying to get these names right and I'm still struggling with it. Get the Porsche all kinds of squiggly coming through spoon and locking up coming into the hairpin. That just goes to show that where the patience can just get the better of you, and all it takes is that one tiny mistake just to hit the escape button, and that's it for your team, not just you as the driver. That's what you've done for the session. So they've got to be very careful on their keyboard discipline as well as their driving discipline.
And their P's and Q's whilst they're at it, Chris. Good to see some interaction in the chat. Deerberg has gone go Viaductin. That's the #1 car in the DPI class. Glam Racing being given a shout out by Racecraft Legends. So we're going to see, the Glam Squad were in full effect, and I decided to put on a shirt in the occasion. Very bright pink Eton shirt. As always, a big thank you to everyone tuning in, as this practice session is going to come to its conclusion in around about 4 minutes time, and then it will be one driver, one car, one lap. But also the thing is that during qualification, Chris, the teams can choose the driver that... Oh, Francesconi getting it all kind of sideways and then hitting the escape button in very good style there. Alistair Young, one of the drivers from Sem 9 Axel. There's 2 cars for this team this season. Had a good chat with Alex Young, and he said, look, we're feeling a bit rusty. They were really pleased with their 4th place in the Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours in mid-January of this year, which was actually held as an online rather than a LAN event that they were hoping to host at the now delayed Autosport International show earlier on this year. But 4th place for the crew. 2 drivers per team for this round. A couple of drivers unable to attend, but really good to catch up with Alex, a very well pedigreed competitor in his own right, and he knows what it takes. And Axel Sports, one of the Sem 9 Axel, Sem 9 being their title sponsor, they know what it takes, because Alex is one of the first people to have established a sim racing team over in Asia, and it's one of the Asian powerhouses, and to really have them here in this competition is really good for us, isn't it?
It's fantastic, isn't it, to have such an established name as Alex Young in this particular series. And exactly as you say, the 7-9 squad looks pretty strong, it must be said. And what I'd love to see as well in this opening round of the 2022 season is lots of returning names along with the new establishment. Several new teams that don't have a proven pedigree on this particular stage. They may well have, individual drivers do have their own, their own history in different fields. But I've been, studying the entry list with very, very keen eye, and sometimes it's difficult to kind of think, oh yeah, they're going to do well, they'll do well, and then you've got very unknowns in there. There's a number of names I also recognise from other sim racing fields as well, outside of the endurance world. So that's brilliant to see. It just shows that sim racing as a whole, and certainly the EEWC, is attracting some wonderful, wonderful talent, and it's that wonderful anticipation you get before the first round of any season, and I've got that in absolute spades for this round, and really can't wait to get stuck in. Practice is all well and good, but qualifying is when the real speaking starts to happen.
Yeah, the telling points, the battle lines get drawn, and it really does go to show how quick these teams can be. There is a brief yellow in Sector 1 that has quickly been retracted. You can head to timing.gtr24h.org to get updates on the live timing itself, and also if you right-click with your mouse. So we're now ending the practice session, and qualifying coming up next, Chris. It's you and me for the first half. It's going to be Yusuf Bin Sahil and Kieran McGinley who'll be... Unfortunately, I'm going to make you jealous again because they're going to be in the studio as well. But in due time, you will be across the channel. You'll be here in good old Denmark and enjoying the festivities along with the entire team. And it's going to be really, really good. I mean, the time is now going to start counting down. We're 10 seconds away from qualifying. 4 classes, traffic negotiation in not just the race itself, but here in qualifying is going to be absolutely key as cars now start to filter their way out of pit lane.
And Matsusaka is not exactly the biggest circuit. It's not short by general racing standards, but it's not got huge amounts of room, unlike the likes of Le Mans or Monza. That's quite a big track. Matsusaka is quite narrow, so having a very heavy field can be absolutely detrimental. Out comes the number 67, Roland Sukes, who had, well, as the social media put it, a brown trouser moment coming through turn 1 not too long ago, as the BMW just completely let go on him, and he ended up facing in the wall. But yeah, I'm going to say this a number of times, that I love the look of that BMW. That looks absolutely gorgeous, but then most of the cars look absolutely stunning, and I'm not going to apologise for saying so either.
No, the liveries for 2022 have been absolutely spectacular, and to see them out on track, getting the side-on view, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, Chris, because you look at it from a side-on view, then you see the cars in graceful, glorious, forward-propelling motion, like we're seeing with Roland Sukes here. I mean, the thing is, the sister car, the 82 in GT3, McLaren 720S, Mugen ran with the 650. They were a bit of the Jensen Button Braun GP tribute band last year in their colour scheme, looking a bit like Team Rocket RJN. But they've gone very, very avant-garde. A bit of camo on the front, a lot of deep purple on the back. Really sets off the car rather nicely. And Roland Sukes is now making his way down through the backstretch. And here we go. We're going to get an onboard with Roland Sukes. He's going to thread the eye of the needle. Speed now climbing over 230 kilometers an hour, shifting up to 6th gear. 248. He's going to hit, 249. And loses the back end. Going through the exit of 130L. It's a corner that's quite fearsome on this circuit. And then you've got that heavy braking zone for the infamous Casio triangle. I have 2 words to say to that. Senna, Prost. Thank you.
It didn't take long for that one to come out.
No, it didn't. It didn't at all. It didn't at all. But already we're going to get an indication of what the teams are going to prove. But the 4 classes, DPI, the top tier class. We've got Burst Esport, 2-time GTR24H Nürburgring Nordschleife 24-hour champions. Had a really good chat with Michi Hoyer, and we've tied in with him for this week, and hopefully for future streams whilst Burst competes. It's going to be the Simplexity card that we're going to get from a POV view, courtesy of Michi Hoyer. A real big thank you for him reaching out to us here at GTR24H and pushing the content front, because what sim racing has shown is that teams that are professional, like Burst Esports, we're with the number 94 of Damian Skowron from Poland in the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car. Burst Esport, known quantity in sim racing, especially with Michi Hoyer's credence and his prowess on the R Factor 2 platform. But you look at the roster that Burst Esports have got, led by Jesper Pedersen, the team boss, who's going to be running in the 18 car. They are one of the teams that we are really going to have to keep our keen eye on, and I think everyone will do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've got, as I said earlier, we have a number of new established, new names to try and ruffle the feathers of the establishment, as you say. Looking at Damien Skowron, working his way through the S's towards the Dunlop curve now. But something we certainly saw when we had the onboard shots from Roland is just how hard the drivers have to work to keep their cars under control. And they're of course going to get into a rhythm, and it all looks very. It's a very Swan analogy, isn't it? It all looks very calm and collected on the outside, and then as we were on board with Roland earlier, he's really having to catch the car and wrestle the thing to keep it under control. And that's not ideal for an endurance race. You can get away with that for a sprint race for a while, but I wouldn't want to be doing that for several hours.
Yeah, good to see Callum Wilson making a return to the championship alongside the likes of Kuba, Henrik Hoyer, who was in the studio with team principal Maria Rinhak. Maria, the cake has yet to be touched, but it will be savoured once I step away from the commentary box here in the studios in Denmark a little bit later on. Quite a big surprise, and don't worry, the big Glam Racing sticker that we're going to have to get Chris at some point is now on the case of my personal computer, which is pretty good. We're getting some... brilliant. We're seeing... there we go. Maria's in the YouTube chat. Oh, Carl Lickergaard from DSR Gadget, who said .deco. Oh, that's a hard hit for the Callaway Corvette. Oh, my goodness, but at least... he's going to have to limp that thing back, and that's the key point in qualifying. But that was a heavy hit on the front of that C7, wasn't it, Chris? My goodness.
Yeah.
Me.
But he didn't have far to go, at least, as that's the Cassia Triangle. Now that he's also then, you hit a car that hard, it's going to misbehave, and it's even airborne. I was going to say it's going to misbehave, but it doesn't want to turn you into a plane. The wings kind of act counterintuitive for air flight. Yes, definitely. There are some times coming in on the board. Damien Skowron from Burst Esports, Good Sunglasses in the 94, leading the way in LMP2. First driver to set a lap time, 1 minute 44.512. Unison Racing, GT3 champions from last season, have moved into a two-pronged assault. They've got a DPI and GTE. Artem Shulaev in the number 17 car, currently leading the way, but we're yet to see anything from the other teams at the moment. 1 minute 49.999 for the number 17 as the number 53 pulls into pit lane and straight into the garage. Also, Magic Kaspershik, complete new lineup at the 585. It's now renamed as well. They've kept the same livery from last season that Azatec Simsport, led by Valdemar Eriksson, used. It's a 1 minute 57.452. And then Manuel Biancolila for Musto. It's MPE is now the acronym, I've been told, by Eros Mascioli, who is now co-team manager with David Greco. They are currently the fastest out there, 1 minute 56.013. And at the moment, Michi Hoyer out on track at the moment, the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. I'm just going to try and see if I can catch up where he is at the moment. Just seen one of the 7.9 axle cars. That's the LMP2 car. That's the 21. They're running the number 11. Also, Team Iris out on track.
Also, we do have a Brazilian team, CKR, joining the GT3, and what's more, they have got the Brazilian flag emblazoned. Oh, I've just caught a moment with the number 17 having a bit of a tank slapper just there. There's the weather report, as you can see from Matsusaka on your screen. It's weather.gtr24h.org, and it's showing at the moment, Chris, that air temperature is 14 degrees, but the track temperature has really ramped up. It's 27 degrees Celsius on the asphalt.
Oh, positively balmy, isn't it? No, it's... Oops, that's Lucas Vela getting that one wrong in the Brazilian blazoned GT3 car. Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that particular McLaren. Now, that's a particular car I am rather partial to. And wow, I love what they've done for the livery for that car. But there's a number of names I'm familiar with across the world. Lucas Vela we've seen before, or I certainly have seen before, in sim racing circles. It doesn't really surprise me with the Brazilians known for their kind of Mediterranean flair, giving that one plenty of sideways. And the McLaren's still trying to misbehave, coming through the Degnas, and on their way out of the Degnas as well, chasing one of the Audis down the road. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they do. That's a team that, again, I really hope they're able to... they've got some great talent in there, and I really look forward to seeing how they're going to do against the establishment. Are they going to be able to make the likes of Glam and Mugen sim racing work for it? Possibly not on their first time out, but there's 6 rounds in the season, and let's hope that we get to see them for this season and beyond.
Okay, right. So Christopher Kianek from Slovakia is piloting the number 82 Mugen Sim Racing 720S. That's currently P2, 1 minute 57.821. Callum Wilson with the Audi Glam Racing, now switching from Gaydon, so Aston Martin, to Ingolstadt's finest 5.2 litre naturally aspirated mid-mounted V10 engine, producing quite a significant amount of horsepower, I might add, Mr. Buxton.
These things are not short of a fair amount of grunt, are they? These wonderful GT3 cars. Again, it's good to see the kind of representation we've got from the marques as well. It's not a case of everybody's gone for the same thing. Obviously, LMP2 and DPI, a little bit limited on choice. They have to go with the Cadillac and the Oreca in those respective classes. But we've got Aston Martin, we've got Porsche, we've got BMW, we've got Corvette, McLaren, and Audi, all represented in the GTE and GT3 classes. So no one dominant make, and that always adds another element of unknown into the season. It's certainly coming in, but quite a few representatives of each marque as well. There's not. I think possibly Corvette is a little bit, slightly less representative. The C7 are in the GT3s and the C8 are in the GTEs. A satellite that's got hold of the GTE one, who won the season finale last time out at Le Mans, so hopefully they can keep that kind of momentum going.
Oh, hang on a second.
Lucas Vela's gone wandering again.
I think, that went wandering, and then so did the 585 car as well. That was actually backwards. I'm not too sure if there was any rear-end damage to the back of that Audi. Manuel Biancolila in the number 54 MPE car. What I love about their livery, a bit of a change. I mean, Yusuf Bin Sahal is a bit... he's a bit 50-50 on it. And I said, well, you have to see it in person when you get here, Yusuf, so he'll get plenty of opportunity to look at that. But Biancolila, and for those wondering, the red is actually showcasing that is the car that is currently being focused on at present on the stream itself, and gets out of the way of one of the Burst Esports cars. Which one was that? That looks to be possibly the Cadillac DPI that might be out on the circuits, but... GT Roland Zux has gone quickest, 1 minute 55.808. And as we said earlier, the qualifying times, they are based on a cumulative average. So, Chris, you've got a... Oh, my goodness me. Biancolila, 2 wheels on the grass going through into the right hand, absolutely flooring it, heading through into Spoon Curve. Deceptive double left here onto the back straightaway. You've got to really... nail it. And the thing is that with a Porsche, a bit different in terms of its composition with regards to being truly a rear-wheel drive car, and Biancolila starting to move from side to side, getting these tyres up to temperature. That's going to be crucial on a hot lap here, because it's all about preparation. Preparation is key, isn't it?
Yeah, and the double left-hander is an absolute prime example of where patience is prime here. It's so tempting to try and push a little bit too hard too early, so especially on that exiting, that second left-hander, and you just wander off into the dust, and because you're on the gas for so long after that corner, through 130R and then up to the Castellan Triangle, you're going to lose so much time if you get that wrong. I speak from a number of invalidated laps in the sim racing world at that very point.
I think it comes back to some of your epically glorious tweets when it was what was it? Yes, I might be racing. Going to try to make sure that I don't get lapped too often by the cars around me.
Yes, that sounds about right. Or racing used in the loosest sense. I might be on the same bit of tarmac as those around me, or something along that kind of line. But yes, this is why I tend to go for the commentator's seats. It's certainly where my skill set is better deployed than behind the wheel.
And also, you've started to become a bit of a scribe with us here at GTR24H. I think the words unguided missile.
That's been your favourite so far, hasn't it?
And then I think that's one of the funniest. We've got a yellow out in Sector 1 at the moment, which has briefly been retracted. But the other one was making the conga line for third for long. Now, if you haven't read any of Chris's articles that are already online, head to gtr24h.org and have a look. There's plenty of written content. We've got all the interviews already up on our website from yesterday's official free practice session, which was also culminated with our official press conference. So the chats with every single individual. And I seem to be holding station on that one, but hopefully the rest of the crew here at GTR24H will get an opportunity to interview some drivers. There's a few more coming out of the pit lane. We've just seen Team Iris, but Biancolina absolutely sending it right now, Chris.
Yes, he was always known for that. The Italian is really pressing on hard now, getting to grips with the Porsche, coming over the start-finish line. Let's see what lap time he's able to get on the board.
Oh, that's a Perla. That is a Perla. He's just gone provisional top. 1 minute 55.653, a tenth and a half quicker than the BMW of Mugen Sim Racing's Roland Zooks, Chris.
Very nicely done indeed. And what is it, about a second just over from countryman Francesconi in the MPE, in the sister MPE Porsche, and the number 53 car. So yeah, that's a cracker from Biancolina. Now, like I say, he was a star in the F1 esports field a little while ago, as we see Scalfron again getting a car that's really the Eureka is not designed to be taking corners sideways, but no one seems to have told the number 94 team that. As one of the teams gets out of the way of is he on a timed up? Well, it's currently top of the timings in the LMP2 class. Not that he's slowing down any. Michi Hoyer again in that beautifully growling DPI. I mean, I can't get enough of the engine tone of that car. I said it a lot last year, and I make no apology for saying it again. Michi Hoyer, a great car to listen to and a wonderful driver to watch.
Yeah, a very great ambassador for sim racing in general. Had a wonderful conversation, and we talked about, and there is the man himself behind the wheel. You can see how hard he's actually working out. Just to give it a bit of an insight, Chris, from what these drivers are doing, you can just see how concentrated his eyeballs are a bit on stalks. He's looking ahead, he's gaining ground, looking towards 130R, and he's going to be probably the best part of just under 300 kph as he flings it in. Absolute precision, hard on the brakes at the 150 marker board, and decides, you know what, I'm going to wait and let the LMP2 car that was just up ahead. We've had a brief yellow in Sector 1 once again, but Michi Hoyer currently sitting second, 1 minute 44.727 as Muradness E-Stars unleash Jimmy Nisula on the field. Get this, 1 minute 44.325, Chris Buxton. That's an epic lap, and Michi Hoyer's got some work to do behind the wheel.
There's a name we've seen before, Mr. Nisula, and yet again showing the world why he was one of the best in the field. But Michi Hoyer's not afraid to chuck it around. Again, the car getting slightly tripod there. Oh no, he's got the Corvette that embedded itself in the wall slightly earlier. Oh no, that's done. And he's going to barge the Corvette out of the way. It's truth. That's one way of wrong way of making an impact. And yeah, you can see he's not very happy about that. His hand gestures giving that one away. It's fairly universal language of hand gestures there. But yeah, Mitchie not too happy about that. But that's the thing. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, traffic management. And yeah, he's done the right thing there. He'll get past the car and run off. Absolutely nothing can keep up with these DPI cars. The level of downforce and just raw grunt will keep it ahead of anything else that's out there. So there's no point in him sitting behind a GTE to complete another lap, as he's now roaring off into the distance to start another lap.
Yep, Mitchie Hoyer was warming up the tyres, a quick flick, did a bit of a Scandinavian flick, sort of wiggle from side to side, a la Stig Blomqvist, and managed to get that through. Inigo Anton from the Philippines is with Sem 9 Axel in the LMP2 car this weekend, and has been joined by one of the MPE cars. And one of the things I like about the creative liveries that we have, and there is Inigo there, you can actually see just starting to gain some pace in the LMP2 car. The team fourth in this year's Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours, which had a whole host of superstar names, amongst others Max Verstappen, Juan Pablo Montoya, amongst others, a former winner of the Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours, Nick Tandy, a Brit that we know very, very well through his sports car exploits with Porsche over the years, Chris, and especially when he won the Le Mans 24 Hours itself in real life with the likes of El Bamba and one Mr. Nico Hulkenberg. Don't know if Chris has lost my audio again. I'm not 100% sure. Chris, are you there? That's the main thing. But Inigo Anton trying to negotiate his way around the circuit. This will be heading through. Yellow in Sector 2. That is from Callum Wilson from Glam Racing. So the 404 Audi. Right, Chris has lost my audio again, I think. So hopefully he might be able to hear me very, very
I've got you back. I've got you back again now.
Oh, you got me back. Oh. It's like ships passing in the night. And we are nearly at night time anyway in real life here. So, but yeah, a bit of a moment for Callum Wilson. But, a little bit of overcorrection required by Inigo Anton from the Philippines. Coming out of the final corner. You can just see how hard these drivers work. And it's just one of those things that you know how committed these drivers are. They put in a lot of wrench time, a lot of wheel time on this particular platform anyway, Chris. And R Factor 2 is used by a lot of the pros, by what we've seen when the pandemic hit hard and there was a scramble to get things up and get people entertained. And along came the Race All-Stars and real championships, and it's flourished from there. I mean, Mitchie Hoyer and myself, we felt that sim racing has really been given that kick up the backside, so to speak. The thrust, the thrusters have been engaged. There's now real big traffic here. Mitchie Hoyer is right behind the back of Artem Shulaev, and the number 18 goes towards the inside. I'm keeping an eye on Mitchie Hoyer's time at the moment, and Artem Shulaev just put in a 1 minute 47.569, but that is an invalidated lap, I would imagine.
That's a bit of a shame, as the Russian squad are doing what they can to improve on their position. Third in class at the moment. Oh, that's another one of the BMWs getting out of the way. And that's a lot of traffic. That's never what you want to see on a push lap. We're still very early in the session, so people are still finding their feet with these cars and their setups and what have you. But yeah, as you say, Alex, this as Artem pushing very hard into the first Degner and seeing lots of cars actually getting it very wrong and kicking up some dust on the way through as well.
Yeah,
this platform is very well used, like you say, across the industry. And yeah, COVID, if there's any positive to be gained from COVID, it certainly casts a light on the sim racing world and the entertainment it can offer. It's certainly something we know from our experiences. Yeah. And from our side, long may it continue. It's got so much to be able to offer to such a broad array of drivers as well. You don't necessarily have to have the all latest and greatest kit to do this. You just have to have the enjoyment to drive, the passion to race. That's the first qualifying component.
Yeah, good to see some of the Juices Motorsport Club massive in the house and the YouTube chat. Nick Newcomb, Tony Janssen, amongst others, Joao Barbosa, who was pretty handy behind the wheel of the number 74 Juices Motorsport Club Academy Aston Martin last night. We'll get an understanding, but I've noticed a very, very interesting and captivating battle in this first session in qualifying, Chris. We're only 22 minutes in, and between the top four, it's Roland Zooks leading in GTE ahead of Manuel Biancolila for MPE. Wojtek Polezny, third at the moment for Juices Motorsport Club. He's out on track at the minute, and he's put in a 1 minute 55.858. Top three covered by less than 0.37 of a second. You add an additional 0.6, you get Unison Racing's Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717 BMW M8. That is going to be rather crucial. And the good thing is that Viaducton, who are ahead of Unison Racing in the two DPIs, Viaducton no longer a plain body in white with the big orange shark fin like we had last season. They have got one heck of a livery, and it's lovely to see these new cars all displayed in glorious sunshine here at Matsusaka, Chris, as the air temperature has dropped a degree Celsius over the course of the first 23 minutes.
Yeah, the Danish squad are back with us, which is lovely to see. They were third in class last time out, so they've got something to live up to as we continue to see Artem try and figure out what on earth he's doing with the traffic ahead of him. It's truth alive, that's getting close, but he's still staying on the tail of the red car ahead. Now, does that not look like an old Toyota? I keep thinking,
it looks like the GT1. GT1.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
It. God, we were on the same wavelength, weren't we there, Chris? But yeah, it's a great looking livery. I do like Unison's one. There's a lot of vibrant colours, but a very deep black background. But then also they've taken it upon themselves to have a bit of a logo as well. I still remember the 717 Aston Martin GT3 Vantage that they ran with last year. It looked great, but unfortunately the U looked a bit lost, and when you came across it, it looked like it said Nissan rather than Unison.
Yeah, well, that's one way to stand out, I suppose, is
True.
It's an unusual way. I am quite liking the livery on the 17 Unison. So, yeah, hopefully the car goes as well as it looks. There's Mr. Biancolina again. Who else are we going to have a look at? Yes, a name we've already seen, Michael Francesconi for the MPE fifth place GTE car, number 53, currently out there. Worked his way past, I think it's one of the GT3s. Oops, flirting with the gravel trap there, with the tail in particular. And again, we saw Biancolina doing exactly the same thing. So it just goes to show that these things are, to drive them at their absolute peak on the ragged edge the whole time, lap after lap after lap after lap, really cannot be understated the talent that's needed for that. Now, whilst I said earlier that sim racing really is available to all with a racing passion, absolutely it is. But to be the very best, you've got to put the time in, and good equipment most certainly helps. You're not going to see any of these drivers on a control pad, for instance. But the entry for sim racing is absolutely available to all. I'm a very big advocate of give it a try. You may have lunatics like us shouting about your on-track antics. I've said that many times over the years. But it's absolutely true. So for those that may not be familiar with how to get started in sim racing, there are racing leagues for all platforms and all different types of sims out there for all different skill levels as well. So always worth giving it a go. And who knows, before too long, your next step may well be an EEWC grid.
Big thank you to Nick Newcomb getting in touch via Discord. I have seen his typing skills in the YouTube chat, saying that Alexei Zagorodnev does actually run with Juices, but Alexei has decided to enter a team of his own, Cyberlinks Racing. Here's DIS Sim Racing Lab back in the saddle once again. Andy Kirsten being communicating with them via a multitude of different platforms, Discord, email, what you will. They have come back, and DIS always provides some fantastic battles like we saw last year at the Film Vault 12 Hours of Silverstone. And there you can see at DIS Sim Racing Lab HQ. And I'm not at all surprised if that car is going to feature at the sharp end of the GTE field. Just trying to keep an eye on what else is happening out on track. Team Adrenaline. Yes, good to see Jonas Steiberg. I am reading the chat, Jonas. I have got the messages coming up on the live feed. And yeah, have a great day, Charlie, Marius, Karsten from Jonas. So good to see there's some support out there. Team Adrenaline is out there. Mitchie Hoy, I'm going to ride on board with him and see how he's getting on. And Mitchie Hoyer, Chris Buxton, has just gone top in DPI. 1 minute 43.844 round. That is provisional top time in LMP2. He's pulled it into the pits, but that is an absolute fly. The gap between Burst Esports Simplexity and Maradness E-Stars just shy of half a second. And we're getting close to the first half hour of the session completed.
We are indeed, and there's a second qualifying session to come later on this evening as well to thoroughly enjoy. As was said earlier at the top of the stream, that it's the average times from both sessions that dictate who starts where. It's also good to see that the LMP2 field are really, really close to the DPIs as well. Now, generally in the faster tracks, the DPIs are just in a class of one. They're absolutely untouchable. But here, that relies much more on stability and patience and coordination and accuracy, etc. The LMP2s can really make the DPIs work for it. Maybe I'm the only one that enjoys that sort of thing, but it's great to see you don't have one absolute, runaway class or runaway car. That's something we've always enjoyed, but it's very much being proven here that the lead LMP2, this SEM 9 axle squad in the LMP2 are 4 tenths behind, not even half a second behind Mitchie Hoyer's time at the moment.
Yeah, well, we're about to come up to the completion of the first half hour of the first session of qualifying here on GTR24H. Quick update before we go to commercials. Mitchie Hoyer leading the way for Burst Esports Simplexity in Hypercar or DPI. Inigo Anton leading the way in LMP2, 1 minute 44.133. GTE, it's Roland Zooks for Mugen Sim Racing, 155.489. And GT3, Christopher Kianek for Mugen Sim Racing, 1 minute 57.055. We'll return in just a couple of moments' time after some brief messages. Stay tuned. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. racing for green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of qualifying session 1 for the 12 Hours of Matsusaka, the opening round of the 2022 GTR Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt and Chris Buxton with you, and in the meantime, Mr. Buxton, Michi Hoyer has pushed down on the accelerator pedal. He's pulled the pin on the grenade and put in a 1 minute 43.779. The guy's on fire right now.
Isn't he just? There's still time out there to find, as he's brought his car back into the garage now. It's still Jimmy Nusela in the Miranda Z-Star squad that has the fastest Sector 3. Not by much, admittedly. Never mind. That I think has just changed as I was reading that out, as I think that's now gone completely to... No, I can't even finish
Team
the
Adrenaline.
sentence.
Team Adrenaline that have just... Sebastian Deville ending up in the going into the pits, and here's a replay. Christopher Kianek, the Slovakian, behind the wheel of the 82 Mugen Sim Racing car, gets it all kind of wrong. Out of 130R, backwards, left-hand side, smacks the barriers. Youch. I think in the words of Inspector Gadget, wowzers.
That's going to reshape the car somewhat.
Yes.
That's rather painful. And again, that comes back to my original point of to drive these cars on the ragged edge. The margin for error is very, very slight. Even in qualifying, you need to be getting every single line right. At this stage in qualifying, you've got time to be able to kind of iron out those issues. Yes, but that sort of thing can start to play on the mental game as well. You start to doubt your own lines. You start to not push quite so hard because you had those issues. Those that can recover from those. Get themselves back on track are the ones that will do well invariably in this field. But they're currently top of the GT3 tree, so do they need to be pushing hard? Well, you can't ever assume that you're going to hang on to the top time. There it is again, just as the tail start to get gotten loose, he's instinctively turned into it, and then as the grip has come back to him, it's just launched him off into oblivion, and that's the end of the car.
I think, what was it? The Shadow Realm is the general term used in sim racing. You've been sent
off into the Shadow Realm.
Off into the Shadow Realm you go. Change at the top of the times in LMP2 though. Damien Skovron has made it. Burst Esport leading in both DPI and LMP2. The Polish driver, 1 minute 44.008. So the battle between Sem9 Axel with Inigo Anton behind the wheel is only 1 1/4 tenths behind. Vencia Hodvath for Team Iris is about 6 tenths off, so very close. Alexis Zagorodnev 1.3 seconds off of the provisional top time. Not yet seen a time from Satellite Racing in the 164. Nello Pastorino showing us with that car, but the Michi Hoyer was at the top of the time sheets, but Yumi Nisula, 1 minute 43.615. Gap between first and second is 0.164, and then all the way down to Team Adrenaline's Sebastian Deville is 2.5 seconds off the top time. Team Adrenaline, Sebastian, he does actually have a really good sense of humour, despite not having the best English in the world. And you can see here Christopher Kianek going all kinds of sideways to the right, and
he didn't want to be left out of the car reshaping nonsense going on. That's what was going on there. He just decides to chuck his own car in.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That definitely booted the barrier, didn't it? And here we've got the well, we briefly did go to the DSR car. They did have both a dream and a nightmare at the same time in LMP2 last season.
They did,
both
yes.
cars, the 766 and the 777. But when I spoke with Carl Lickergaard yesterday evening, he said, "Yeah, we were cursed. You know, like now we're sort of being cursed for being told get out of the way." And when we were doing that in LMP2, the air was blue, and I said to him, "Well, at least my ears weren't burning." When you were saying that kind of stuff, obviously off air. Yellow flag out in Sector 2 as we go back to Sim Racing Lab and DIS Sim Racing Lab in the 45 car. The 911, an iconic car, both not just in real life. I mean, it's been around since the 1960s, but this is the 991 derivative. Still cuts an impressive figure, doesn't it, Chris?
It's a car that you know instinctively from a mile away, or from a kilometre away, to speak the appropriate language. You know it from a great distance. You know that's a Porsche. You know that's from the 911 family. And the noise it makes is exquisite. Unlike a lot of those kind of V8s and V10s that have a wonderful growling noise, the Porsche just screams its crescendo, and it's an absolute glorious thing to hear.
I just had a wave because I've just seen Yusuf.
They
have landed. Getting double thumbs up, so that means Kieran McGinley is in the house a little bit later on. So they'll be with us for 9:30. So we will have an interval between qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. That's the number 21 Sem 9 Axel car. That's got Inigo Anton from the Philippines back behind the wheel once again. Just waiting. And this is what we like to see about qualifying, drivers crawling through into the Casio triangle, and as soon as they get out of that corner, up to full speed you go.
Yep, and the bravest of the brave will stay there as long as they can get away, which is Jimmy Nuttall winds up the number 64, the Finnish driver.
Well, yeah, that is still the 7.9 Axel car. We have had...
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right, it's no problem at all. I've been keeping my keen eyes because it's actually showing the camera from my PC at the moment, so we just nips the curb there through the first part of the S's. We now head back to DIS, so I'm going to have a look on board and see how hard Inigo Anton is pushing, but we've got such a breadth of talent in this as well, and to see and there we see Carl Lickergaard there from DSR Gadget Huset, which actually, a big thank you to Peter Moncon for giving you the literal translation. It means Gadget House, and that big cog that you see on both sides of the car is Gadget Huset.decor's actual logo. And Carl made a really, really good comment. He said the livery's a bit like the Harlequin Polo from Volkswagen back in the mid-90s, Chris.
That's an unusual thing to use as inspiration.
Yeah,
it puts me in mind of the two-tone livery we saw in Formula One once from, I want to say it was Arrows, that had blue one half and white.
Oh no, that was BAR.
BAR, beg your pardon. Yes,
no, that's it.
Yeah, that's just what it reminds me. I mean, it's a very colourful livery. That's absolutely true. Where are they currently on the board? Fourth in class for Mr. Lickergaard. Is that an improvement there? No, that was not an improvement that time around. 1:58.099 is their time so far in the 777 Corvette. I'm not 100% convinced on this livery. I know I enjoy most of them. I can't know that Yusuf. Which one was it Yusuf wasn't sold on?
It was the MPE car.
Oh yeah,
now that he's here, we'll probably get an idea of what they look like. So, I've just got the sign that I thought I might see. There was no seal of approval. No seal of approval there from Yusuf. Oh, the 17 goes grass tracking Valtteri Bottas style right there.
Oh dear. Not ideal, I think that's fair to say. The Unison DPI car there. Who's in control of that at the moment? Who's just had a bit of a brown trouser moment in the 17?
Or Coke Brown.
Or Coke Brown, yes, indeed.
Just going to have a look myself, actually. That is Artem Shulayev behind the wheel of that car.
Of course, yeah, it's the same driver throughout the exact. There is Mr. Lickergaard.
Yep.
Again, in that. It's, again, if you watch the actual car, it looks like it's absolutely planted, and for most intents and purposes it is, until you see how hard the driver is working to keep the car still.
Yeah.
To keep it pointing in the direction that the driver wants to go in, not what general forces on the car wants to go in. As we're coming up to 130R in the leading car, yeah, very nicely. I was just about to say he's catching traffic at a really awkward time there, but thankfully someone was paying attention. Mr. which car that was, he's just gone past, I think.
That is Team Adrenaline. Yeah, that's Team Adrenaline just up ahead. So the car that will have been behind was the ID Simsport 166.
ID Simsport car, the 166, yeah.
Yep.
Marcus Steyer was in that one. And over the line for the Gadget Huset Corvette. And remains in fourth at the moment, still half a second to find on Callum Wilson on the 404 Glam Racing car. Yes,
indeed. So... and there's a nice little bonnet, roof cam shot from the front of the car. You can actually see how hard it's... the amount of curb that Carl Lickergaard is actually taking. There is the Team Adrenaline car. As for those wondering what those bigging and bongings are, that's actually people entering into the same call that Chris is in, as I mentioned earlier, whereby we actually have drivers showing their point of view, which is actually quite an interesting thing to see, isn't it, Chris, from our perspective? Because people think, oh yeah, you're just getting behind the wheel of a steering wheel, a hub, you're at your PC, but these people, a lot of teams, very, very professional, that they've actually got state-of-the-art equipment. And I've heard that some direct drive systems actually can put the best part of over 30 pounds-foot of newton meters of torque through the rig itself, and that is quite fearsome, considering that's about a tenth of the amount of torque that my own personal car develops.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be hanging on to that if you're in one of these really strong direct drive systems. I've seen some sim racers actually put them up to 100% strength and hang on for dear life. And the minute it starts to kind of show any kind of vibration whatsoever, they have to let go. Otherwise, these things are going to break their fingers or break their wrists or something. They are vicious things to hang on to when you push them a little bit further than you realistically should. But yeah, I mean, something else is also worth noting, that drivers at this level are very athletically built. They are very fit individuals. Gone are the days of the old anecdote of the teenage gamer that hasn't seen sunlight in 3 weeks and is about the size of a whale. But yeah, these people that compete at this level for suddenly these types of professional competitions for organizations such as GTR24H, and of course the respective teams they're representing, are very fit. They practice, they keep themselves in very good shape for the stresses that they go through. Now, again, some people that are less familiar with sim racing may think, well, you just turn a wheel, don't you?
Yeah.
To a point, you're correct, but you still have to go through the physicality of the mental concentration it takes to maintain that level of racing discipline for a seriously long period of time. We've all had it. How many people have driven just a 2 or 3 hour car journey and felt tired at the end of it? That's just normal driving conditions. When you put that into racing conditions, that's a whole different ballgame, and you really do need a very healthy, very healthy physique to do it physically, but particularly mentally.
It is indeed. We're actually with Damien Scovron from Burst Esport Gooder Sunglasses, and he's just gone sub 1 minute 44, and that was a 1 minute 43.910 from the car itself. And so the gap between him and Inigo Anton from Sem9 Axel is growing. It's grown to just over 2/10. So, yeah, it just goes to show, Chris, that the LMP2 cars are rather rapid. There's all kinds of sideways there through the hairpin heading into 200R, and that, I would think, I'm going to hazard a guess, that is probably going to be that's Michi Hoyer behind the wheel of that car. All kinds of sideways. He was doing the old Scandinavian flick again.
Why am I not surprised it's Michi Hoyer? Oh my god, there he goes again. This is determined to be faster than the tyres are willing to cope with. I'm sure there are some drivers that if the tyres could talk, they would just stare at the driver and cry. That's the way that these drivers are absolutely chucking them around. And Damien Scavron, if my timing tower is correct, he's less than 2/10 behind Michi Hoyer, and they're two different classes. That is incredible. I mean, it was a great lap from Michi Hoyer, but it was an absolutely godlike lap from the number 94.
Yeah, we did have a yellow out in Sector 1. Looks like we've got another one out again, which has been briefly retracted. Daniel Santolifer Deuces managing to get it all locked up going into the speed limiter zone in the pit lane. There's Sebastian Deville, 2.1 seconds off of Jimmy Nisula, but this team came into the championship for the season finale, and Sebastian now pulls into the pits. They can escape when they hit the pit lane. There's Jimmy Nisula. Got a little bit. Well, he's about a tenth and a bit ahead of Michi Hoyer. Roland Zook still leads the way in GTE, and the gap between first and second, it's getting even closer. Chris, GTE top three covered by a tenth and a half. Wojtek Polezny is 23 thousandths off Manuel Biancolila, and you know what? That is getting incredibly tasty. There's a bit of a moment there for Jimmy Nisula coming out of Degner 2. I'm actually riding on board with Callum Wilson from Glam Racing at the moment, who's now threading his way through into 130R. And I'm wondering what the speeds will be for the GT3. That was sixth gear, is 240 kilometres an hour from Callum Wilson. And he's just launched it up the inside of the LMP2 Satellite Racing 164 car through the Casio Triangle and made it. How on earth did he do that?
He is aware that the GT3s are supposed to be the slowest class on track, isn't he? Or has nobody told him that?
Well, I'm just going to queue up a replay of exactly what happened for our broadcast queue, which, when they are ready, I'm sure that they will hopefully tell me. I'm just going to try and get back to it in just a second. But that just goes to show that things can be very, very much a case of launching it. But I hate to think. I'm just going to try and okay, I've got that ready. Okay, let's have a look at this replay. This one's for Maria Rinhack. Okay, look at the launch, lunge range, and send.
Oh goodness me!
It's that just goes to show how hard these drivers are pushing. And that was a send and a half from Callum Wilson right there. My goodness me.
There would be some rather less than friendly broadcast whoops as the Audis tried to let go at him in turn one. I would imagine there was a few words said in the cockpit that we probably couldn't repeat at the point that it looked like he had to absolutely banzai that on the inside of the first part of the Casio Triangle. But this, I have to say, is one of my favourite liveries. They a lot of them do look absolutely spectacular. This is my certainly one of my favourites. The Glam Racing Audi absolutely looks gorgeous. That purple and black colour scheme. And I'm going to return to this one because I missed an obvious comment that you said about who was it? Who were we talking about earlier when you said there's a deep purple on there? I should have said yes, no smoke on the water to be found, and I missed the shoe-in. I'm so annoyed with myself, I missed it.
Oh well, there we go. There's Bense Horvath from Hungary, one of the drivers with Team Iris. Currently third in LMP2 at the moment.
He's not going to find any time out there.
Oh, definitely. I 100% concur and understand you, good sir.
Currently third in the LMP2s for the 77. What's he got to find? He's got just shy of 4/10 to find to climb up one more step in the LMP2 class. Now, qualifying is not the be-all and end-all in endurance racing. Of course, sprint racing really does need a strong starting position. When you're racing for numerous hours, qualifying position is not necessarily the biggest of importance, but it does help to play a bit of a mental game with your competitors, and it does give you a bit of an indication of what the pecking order could be. So it is still worth the drivers getting out there and getting some decent laps under their belt.
It is indeed. There's Lucas Verla, who you've actually seen before. One of the we've got actually quite a few Brazilians on the grid. Alessio Neto, that's with Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport. He had a ping rate last night in official free practice, considering he's 9,600 kilometres away from the server. 100 milliseconds, Chris, as we see Lucas getting up to speed here in the number 13 CKR. Appropriately emblazoned patriotism from the Brazilian crew in the 720S GT3. And that just goes to show the stability of the service here at GTR have been pretty good for the last 2.5 seasons, and we go into the start of season 3, and it's really been quite a good thing to have, because the drivers now, they've got reassurance, they've got comfort, they know that they can pound the circuit for a certain amount of time and not have dramas, do they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's never something you want to face as a sim racer. It's unreliable servers. It's very much a sim racing specific issue. Of course, real life drivers don't have pings to worry about, but equally, we don't have engine blow-ups to generally. We certainly don't have them to pay for in the sim racing world. As Wojtek Polesny induces, has actually gone up to second in the GTE category, whilst we've been talking about that. Okay. But yeah, it's something you never want to face. If the danger of going into an unstable server is just you're never entirely sure of where your competitors are in relation to you, because they could be blinking in and out of existence if it's iRacing, or they're just skipping around all over the place. You can be minding your own business, and suddenly the server decides that there's actually a car on the exact same bit of tarmac as you, and then, to quote the phrase from earlier, you're sent off into the shadow realm. So that's always that's been one of the many great accolades here at GTR24H. Oops, as we're watching the DPI get very out of shape through Casio. GTR24H have put a lot of effort into having a very stable platform to host these competitions, and it's great to see that stability and that professionalism overall continues.
Indeed, I'm keeping an eye on Teleforingen. Jan Brudsgaard behind the wheel of the 188. Good to see that the M8 and the outgoing car from GT3, the M6 now replaced by the M4. We did have a couple of teams actually inquiring about the M4 GT3, which only got released early February. It's quite a new product, and we wanted to make sure that we were giving every single team the opportunity to compete. So I got a message from Gert Nielsen, and he said, we're going to go with the M6. And I thought, you know what, it's a car that has been part of GT3 folklore for BMW Motorsport, and it's great to see it represented as Jan throws it into the first corner. I'm going to ride on board with him, actually. And that lovely 4.4 litre twin turbo V8 actually was shoehorned in from the road car, wasn't it, Chris? It's got a really distinctive whine, hasn't it? You really appreciate when you're riding on board as we're coming through the S's, and just look at the amount of he's almost going straight on the exit of the S's, just because of the way that the car is sliding. But he's holding it really, really well. You're seeing these tiny little corrections coming through Dunlop, which is nothing unusual. But there's a sign of a really, really stable car. He's not having to put 300 corrections in. Literally, just as I say, you put a correction in on the exit of Degner 2, but we'll forgive you for that one. But we're not seeing wild soaring of the wheel. We're not seeing lots of tail happy moments, which we have seen through the session so far. But this is really well planted, this car so far. It's quite clear that the driver is very, very comfortable with this setup. How quick it is, we haven't yet seen properly yet from the 188. But it's doing very, very well. And that's going to give the driver confidence to push that little bit harder, especially for the length of time these guys are going to be driving for. Yeah. The car currently sitting 6th in GT3 as Brodsgaard is coming through into 130R as I speak. Top 6 covered in GTE, Chris, by just under a second and a half. As I'm just keeping an eye on Brodsgaard at the moment, coming through into the Casio Triangle. Looks like a very neat and tidy lap. And as they say, the old adage, Chris, if it looks slow, it's more than likely fast as Brodsgaard comes out of the final corner. I'm going to keep an eye on what happens here. I'm just waiting for things to update.
And you've got to think that's nearly a 2-minute lap in the GT3 class. So to be, barely a second from the top to the bottom of the class is really quite incredible. And this early in qualifying as well, we still have another hour of the session to go. So it's amazing to see that the competitors are still being this close. Also, I've just noticed the 777 car, the DSR Gadget, who sits in Carl Lekegaard's, well, there it is, going backwards into the wall. That was probably in celebration because they just claimed 3rd in the class with a 157.374.
Oh, crikey. Right, okay, we're about to hit the top of the hour. We're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR24H. Stay with us as we continue the focus on qualifying here at Matsusaka. 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Halfway through qualifying one. Chris Buxton, we just had a bit of a development in GTE. Please tell us all about it, because I think that someone's pushed the tempo. I hope he's heard me.
talking into a muted microphone is one of the most basic mistakes any rookie can make. And yes, I went ahead and did it. Yes, the top spot of GTE, Deuces Motorsport, have decided to push the pedal a little bit harder. Wojciech Pelesny from the Czech Republic in the number 74 car has taken the top spot with a 155.144 by a catastrophic 1.8 tenths of a second. Huge, monstrous gaps between himself and the Mugensen Racing number 67.
And that means our top three in the GTE class, Wojciech Pelesny from Deuces, Roland Zux from Mugen, and Manuel Biancolila from MPE ran out the top three, covered by half a second. Michael Francesconi in the Sister 53 car, which I remember are the defending champions for the class. They are a further nigh on 6/10 of a second adrift, as here is B32 Racing through the Degners, and oh!
Ouch!
Front end just boot the barrier.
Not the ideal way to start your quali lap. And
No.
We've still not... well, we have had a time from the number 32, 159.218. Sees them a little way off the pace. I think it's fair to say that they've got to iron out some problems with that car.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on what's going on at the moment. Darius Andre from Jesus Motorsport Club has got to within 2/10 of Damien Skovron and has pipped Inigo Anton from the Philippines for Sem9 Axel for second position. Top three in that class covered by less than 2.5 tenths. And looking at the combined field from first to sixth in the LMP2 class, all covered, Chris, by 1.2 seconds. You know what? This is getting incredibly spicy, and I think so. I'm just waiting for someone to pull the pin on the grenade and just throw it and see what happens.
We'll see that in what I always call the banzai phase, which is the closing stages of any qualifying session.
Yeah.
We're not likely to see it yet. No one wants to show their cards, especially in the opening round, because no one truly knows the pecking order. You have a bit of an idea on how well you've done against someone you have been up against in a previous season, or maybe in a different series. But you never truly know until the grid is for, well, until really the checkered flag falls. As we now look at, that's Mr. Anton, isn't it?
Yes,
Does
it is.
Does he not look a little bit like Kieran McGinley?
Oh dearie me! Now that you've said that, he's probably heard you. I've also had the. I've also had a very quintessential question asked. And this is from Jonas Dierberg from Viaductin. A very important question: does pineapple belong on pizza? I'm pleading the Fifth Amendment because I know exactly what my standpoint on that is.
Coward!
I say no.
I fully agree with you. It has no... Pineapple belongs in one place and one place only.
Fruit cocktail.
It remains on the tree. That is it.
You have a distinct disdain for said fruit.
I am not a fan. No. I think that's the democratic way of putting it. No, it is not on my shopping list.
That's why we talk about certain random things here in the commentary box, don't we, Chris? But there we go.
We do.
Moving on, it's just really good to see these drivers hard at work, and I think Inigo actually looked into the camera a couple of times there as well, whilst sort of like saying, "Oh, am I actually?" You know, because some people do that, don't they? There's this little microcosm of slight distraction, and that's one thing you don't want to be doing when you're actually behind the wheel, out on circuit, trying to put in a hot lap, are you?
No, not ideally, but what it also shows, what I really like seeing from these cameras, is sometimes you just see them relaxed, you see them slightly... I'd say out of character, out of the driver's seat. It's always nice to see a little bit of personality, isn't it? A little bit of who they are as a human being. Okay, we can only see them sat at their sim rig, granted. But sometimes you just see them, smiling into the camera. They're having a conversation with someone. Obviously, we don't know who. But it's nice to see a little bit of a smile, a little bit of a relax from some people. But I love that Inigo Anton, he just looks permanently relaxed, it seems. He's a very horizontal person, you would seem. He's very, very laid back indeed. But that's great to see. I love seeing that the person as well as the driver.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Michi Hoyer has put the warning shot across the bow. He's just gone quickest of anybody. 1 minute 43.369 from the German. He's in his late 20s, is Michi. Very experienced hand. We're going to have a little replay here. Nello Pastorino in the LMP2 car from Satellite Racing. Oh! Knight Rider ski mode through the Casio triangle. And we get to see the undercarriage of said vehicle on the shot just afterwards. But Michi Hoyer, absolutely fiery. Rasmus Andresen from Burst Esports has chimed in and said, absolutely not, Jonas. I think I got a thumbs up from Yusuf. I'm going to have to correct him about his mentality, being that he does have Italian heritage as well, so why? But it is a bit of a dogfight now in DPI between the top two teams. We're with Jimmy Nisula, as that is the DSR car. Jimmy Nisula getting it sideways through Spoon Curve, but keeps it pinned, nicely held, and just buries the throttle out onto the back stretch. As we've got a yellow out. DIS, Sim Racing Lab, have brought out the yellow in Sector 2. For those wondering, where are we actually seeing that? Well, if you go, there's a little bit of an open live track map at the top of the timing, and that actually gives you the current location of the car on the circuit. So that is something that we find really, really handy here at GTR24H, but also for you fans that are watching out there. And thank you very much for those that have joined us so far. Michi Hoyer looking to hopefully improve as we now go on board with Inigo Anton from the Philippines, warming up the tyres from left to right, and going at a slight canter, not at full racing speed through 130R, but well, I think I remember, what was it, you were commentating on a virtual GP event, and it was IndyCar IR18s, and someone got it completely wrong, and the front and the rear end of said IndyCar was not exactly pristine afterwards, was it?
No, I know the exact incident you're referring to. I can't remember who the driver was, but I do remember the incident where, front and back had a bit of an argument, and the end result was not particularly pleasant. As one of the BMWs, I think it was, taking a bit of a trip through the lawn to avoid an Inigo Anton.
Mm-hmm. Channeling their inner Valtteri Bottas, like he did at the Red Bull Ring when he was running with Mercedes last year.
You are a cruel man.
20. Well, I have already said about, I think on socials we said about Carl Lickergaard doing the Valtteri Bottas momentum sideways through Degner 2 in the 777 DSR car. And you can just see that we're getting viewpoints from all the drivers that are in the meeting at the moment, so we can actually give you a real insight how hard they're working behind the wheels. We want to give you as much insight as humanly possible, and that really helps to break that sort of assumption that we've been talking about through the first hour and 10 minutes of this qualifying session, Chris. But the amount of time that the drivers put in is very, very well respected within any racing league that you go into, and a lot of these teams, they're not just competing in one league this weekend. They're competing in several.
That's fairly common for sim racers, particularly at top level, where you'll find drivers taking part usually in leagues of different competitions of a similar category. You'll tend to find those mainly stick to either endurance racing or GT racing or Formula One or whatever it is. But sometimes you do get those, and as mentioned earlier with Manuel Biancalida as a prime example, of those that have dabbled in several different disciplines. And it's great to see. And as Biancalida was proving, it is you can transit from one category to another and still do well, as we've just seen the Seb 9 axle number 21 put to the top of the LMP1 class with a 1:43.771. That's clear by 0.139 of a second from Damien Scavron in the Burst Esports Godos Sunglasses number 94.
Yep, and there's Darius Andrei in the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car, the LMP2 car that was second in last year's championship in this very class, and it was nip and tuck between them and Vargas Sim Racing. Vargas Sim Racing, they've lost a couple of their big drivers, Judy Tolman and Marcel Cinchik, who ended up joining R8G Esports alongside Mr. Romain Grosjean, who this year pilots the number 28 DHL IndyCar car with Andretti Autosport after a spectacular first season in the class where he was definitely proving that he hadn't lost that mojo, but to have his own team as well in esports, that just shows how that divide has been crossed by so many different teams, so many different drivers, so many different entities. And to see teams like Juices, they're a stable team. They do like to have a bit of fun behind the scenes, but they are ultra competitive. And Darius Andre really threading the eye of the needle in this car. Just keeping an eye on his sector times. He's actually on a hot lap at the moment, apparently. But I'm just waiting to see for things to update. But we head to Nello Pastorino again. I think I'm not too sure if we are going to see a replay here. That's through Degner 1. And back end steps out to the left-hand side. Fishtails and on the brakes.
And tries to kill the cameraman.
Thank God it's a virtual one.
I did see that the Sattler Racing number 164 had caused a yellow flag, and that was exactly for why. There is our LMP2 pole sitter. Yeah, coming back to what you're saying about the R8G Esports and Romain Grosjean in particular, it's a shame in a way that he's probably most known for that accident,
which we won't talk about. Yeah,
I mean, I've got to say that I've been a fan of motorsport for many years. I've watched a number of people walk away from very big incidents, but I was genuinely stunned when I saw that accident occur. I couldn't move. I was honestly just transfixed. I will probably always remember that moment, where I was, when I was, try again, when and where I was and what I was doing. I just completely froze at that particular moment, and was so thankful that he was able to continue racing as well sometime later, and finding success in new fields. Wonderful to see, and also embracing esports. I mean, that's a pretty big advocate for the esports world, I'd say.
Indeed. Sebastian Deville for Team Adrenaline, the Swiss outfit in the number 33. Sebastian about to come across the line. We're just waiting for... the good thing is this car is actually leading the rest of the field, and they've actually improved their pace over the course of the session so far. Sebastian has been the one that's been charged for the first half of qualifying. The second half will be under the nighttime sky, so we're going to see that iconic Ferris wheel just off of the S-Bends in full Gloviz Appreciation Society mode, Chris, I think.
And you say I'm the wordsmith.
Well, one good turn deserves another, good sir.
Absolutely. Yes, we're continuing to see Sebastian Deville currently third in the hypercar class, although with time to find, I think it's fair to say. It's the Adrenaline number 33 has yet to set, I feel, what is a really representative time for what they are capable of. They're actually behind. Strictly speaking, they're actually behind the LMP2 field, so I think it's fair to say there's been some tweaking going on. Also, the Unison number 17 in a similar position, along with the Viaduct and number 1. Still struggling a little bit. There's Michi Hoyer, still our pole sitter in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car, and has just denied us by coming back into the pits. How many times have we had that? We start talking about someone and they disappear down the rabbit hole that is the pit lane. Shame on you, sir.
Yes. He's joined Alice in Wonderland, hasn't he? Is it the eat me or the drink me situation? But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, when I spoke with Sebastian, also Arturas Mazaitis, who is the team boss and also one of the drivers for Team Adrenaline, they're here to have fun. They're here to enjoy the atmosphere, but to try and compete with other teams. And you know what? Being third in qualifying in this class, early doors, with a couple of teams that we think might be able to push the envelope a little bit, as the CKR car goes very, very wide behind Satellite Racing. That was an exit stage left that was considerably velocity driven, Chris. My goodness.
You certainly, Lucas Vela burying that one rather spectacularly. I said earlier that the flair that the Brazilians have, and he's certainly not shy of displaying it again, as the number 13 car flying rather unceremoniously backwards into the wall. There's a car we've not seen for a while, the number 585. That's the Volante Racing by Aztec Sim Sports Audi.
Yep, Volante were actually with us for part of last season. They were running in the GTE class, and they've signed up an allegiance, well, an alliance actually, better is the better terminology here, with Aztec Simsport, and Volante ran with a couple of GTE cars, Aston Martin if memory serves me correctly, and Yusuf's favourite Finnish driver in sim racing of all time, our variation of Kimi Räikkönen, Pauli Ahonen, with his fantastic, wonderful interviews. And I'm sure that Yusuf might be discussing that if I mention it to him in qualifying 2. I might just sneak him a quick message or something, you know.
Over the line then for the number 585. Is that an improvement for them? They remain where they are for the time being. That is barely half a tenth off of the best lap we've seen.
Yeah.
From you're going to have to. This is the one name I could not wrap my head around.
Is this the one from Volante?
Yes.
Magic Kasprzyk, I think, is
Kasprzyk.
probably a Polish driver. They do throw me a curveball when I'm normally at karting tracks. That very much happened last weekend at Karting Campos for the Rotax Winter Cup. But there has been a bit of a change because, I'm going to be honest here, Manuel Biancolila here, Chris, has put the number 54 MPE Porsche into second, and it's 4 3/4 tenths off of Wojtek Polesny. Francesconi is on a hot lap at the moment. He's just done a 44.08 in his first sector. There is a yellow out in sector 3, and that is from Kasprzyk in the Volante Racing Audi, the 585, and that's actually coming through the actual final part of the circuit. I'm just actually going to catch up with the car right now, and I'm going to try and queue up a replay very, very shortly. Okay. Right, when we're ready, production, I'm ready to go. So give us the thumbs up. We're going to have a look at a replay here. So, the car's run wide out of 130R and straight lined it on the Casio triangle and has waited. So, Kasprzyk, that's an unusual route through the Casio triangle onto the runoff area. There we go. And waiting. So...
what a great spectator seat.
Yeah, best seat in the house. Who needs a grandstand? Just sit in your car, wait, and then hit the accelerator to go back to pit lane. But it's getting really feisty now. I mean, the top... I mean, Francesconi, on that particular lap, Francesconi's on an out lap at the moment, so we're going to get a bit more of a reflective time. We've just seen Team Iris pull to the side on the S's as the ID Simsport 166 car, that's got Marcus Ster behind the wheel. That car's currently running 7th. And nevertheless, despite the spread of times between these 7 GTE cars, I mean, it's along with this and also with GT3, we've got a combined total of 14 cars. So we've got 26 cars out qualifying at the moment. That's going to be a tall order when we go green at 2 p.m. Central European time tomorrow, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, that's going to take some navigating for everybody to keep themselves calm and collected through the early stages of the race, which is much harder said than done. That racing instinct always wants to kick in. You always want to try and make the pass, despite the fact you've got many hours ahead of you to have to deal with. And we're looking at, we're still looking at the 166, the ID Simsport car. That's one of the Astons. It's not quite British Racing Green, but it's still a lovely looking beast. It's always a minty green, that one.
Mint choc chip?
No, that'll do.
No, there we go. Not too far off of a nice light green, as this car's now going to thread its way through into 130R, 6th gear, 251 kilometres an hour, indicated on the speedometer. Hard on the brakes, down to first. And this car has a very distinctive roar as well, Chris.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it certainly does. We've been denied again. We need to have a word with these drivers.
Oh well, at least we get an understanding from a driver's perspective. There you see the glorious first corner and also the S's which lead to Dunlop before the Degners. And out of... I'm going to ask I know that we're only, an hour and 20 minutes into the season officially in terms of qualification, but which liveries really tickle your fancy right about now from what you've seen, Chris?
It's difficult to say. We've mentioned this on and off through the broadcast so far. There's several that really I really am a fan of. That black and purple of the Glam Racing 404 that we've seen currently being piloted by Jakub Kowalski is I'm particularly keen on that. But I love that Brazilian look on the CKR car. Yeah. That's absolutely fantastic. It's probably easier to say which liveries I'm less keen on because a lot of them look absolutely stunning, I think. I'm not quite as keen on the 45, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. It doesn't look bad. It just, I think it's a little bit lower down in the pecking order as far as looks are concerned. That's a lovely looking car, the 717 Unison Racing BMW, and again roars itself into life. I like that one. Currently Nikolai Bershakov in command of that one.
Yeah, we did have a yellow out briefly. Michael Francesconi from the 53 Porsche MPE bringing out the yellow in Sector 2 has a wonderful shot there through the S's. I'm keeping an eye now because we've got Robert Pawn from Juice's Motorsport Club in the car, and Nick Newcomb is already cheering him on in the YouTube chat. And Robert is now making his way through the Casio Triangle, so it is an outlap. I'm going to ride on board with this car from just behind the front windscreen. Hang on, what happened there? I just saw the car literally go off, and now I'm on board with Alistair Young. Funny how that happens. From LMP2 we jump straight into DPI. Alistair Young, the son of Alex Young, who is the team boss at Sem9 Axel. Car currently sitting down in 6th. They haven't actually set a respective lap time quite yet. But Chris, we still have just over 36 minutes left to go in the session. Track temperature still at a balmy 27 degrees. And Alistair Young coming up at a big rate of knots up the inside of Unison Racing in the 717. You know what? He is a real-life racing driver in his own right. Has put in a lot of wheel time behind the sim. Alex Young actually admitted to me yesterday when I did the interview with him, had to take into consideration what the time zone is in Kuala Lumpur. Well, it's 7 hours ahead of us, which meant that if he did the press conference yesterday evening, it would have been today 4:30 in the morning. So I quickly said to him, "Should we do it in about an hour? In about an hour?" And he said, "Yeah, that's about 10 o'clock. That's fine." Alex Young, always the consummate professional, knows what it takes, and we're now seeing from Alistair, he's put the car third, 1 minute 45.333, just under 2 seconds off of Michi Hoyer, who still has the top time in this session. We've got 35 minutes of the session to go. Telef Horringen just up ahead as they go through Degner 2. This is what you see from absolute commitment from a driver like Alistair Young. Now through into the hairpin. And this is Damien Skovron from Burst Esports, currently sitting in P2. This is through the S's. I think we're going to probably see something here in just a moment, because the camera seems to be primed and ready for unleashing something that we have not quite seen just yet. But you can see, actually in the background there was the Moradness E-Stars DPI car, the 64. So whatever we were going to be showcased, we were very much not seeing what was going on. But meanwhile, we go back to Alistair Young, who's still on another hot lap at the minute, through 130R. That looks a little bit better there for Alistair. Hard on the brakes, down through the gearbox, into first, and through the Casio Triangle. Last lap around from him was a 1 minute 45.333, and into the pits he shall enter.
It's almost the German flag on the nose of that car, I've just realised, or possibly the Belgian flag. It's probably actually more representative of Belgium than it is German.
Would you like some friches with that? Some chips, some fries?
Michi Hoyer, you're never far away from the top of the times, are you? 1:43.369, the best time set by you, as Nikolai Bezrikov very nicely parks the car back into the pit lane, as we now see Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport number 27 screaming his way through. Currently 6th in the GTE field with a 1:56.573. Now we're getting close to the final half hour of the session now, so people are going to be really starting to thinking about leaving less in reserve and starting to push the pedal a little bit harder now.
Yeah, B32 Racing out on circuit, the number 32 McLaren 720S GT3. Oh, cold tyres. Easy through the first corner there. They're currently in 7th at the moment, with the biggest population of cars being occupied by GTE. So at the moment we have a total of 6 DPIs, 6 LMP2s. E-Team Brit, I was informed, I think it was last week, there's been a lot of changes behind the scenes, so they're going to return to the championship at Monza, so they're going to be on the back foot already. GTE 8 cars, GT3 7 cars, so we've got a pretty healthy grid for the first race of the season from tomorrow, haven't we, Chris?
Yep, absolutely. It's a shame that E-Team Brit weren't able to join us, but these things happen, unfortunately, and they've taken the wise decision to just delay things rather than kind of rush and try and prepare for this event. They've opted to skip this one and to partake in the round from Monza onwards. So you and I have commentated on E-Team Brit before, and
yes,
again, they're not short of talent either, but they're going to be fielding a new squad, I understand.
Yes, indeed. I have seen an official statement by former team boss Max Spooner, who has decided to go on his own route. So, a big thank you for Max for getting the team involved with GTR24H. Hopefully we'll have some updates from them in due course as to what's happening behind the scenes, where they're going to be competing, and hopefully we await their swift return to the championship. B32 making their way through 130R, and I'm waiting for a thumbs up from Yusuf bin Sahil if he's seen that wonderful 717 Unison Racing BMW M8 livery in action, because I sent a screenshot and he said, I don't know, I'll look at it when I see it. He's probably had plenty of chance over the last nigh on hour and a half, and it's about to hit halfway through this second hour of this first part of qualifying, so we're going to go to a commercial break. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
So welcome back to the final quarter of timed qualifying for the opening round of the 12 hours of the GTR24H 2022 EEWC season with Alex Goldschmidt and Chris Buxton through with you for around about the next 25 minutes or so. Chris, things have picked up a gear once again. Michi Hoyer is was on a hot lap. Yimini Sula is on a hot lap at the moment, but Hoyer is leading the way in leading the way in DPI by close to a quarter of a second. In LMP2, it's Inigo Anton for Sem9 Axel. GT, it's Wojtek Polezny, who's leading Roland Zux by 0.18 of a second. And Christopher Kianek is nearly half a second quicker than Valencia Racing by Azatec Simsports Magic Kasperczyk. This is where they've really got to knuckle down a little bit and get going. Some of these teams that are a little bit falling by the wayside, so to speak, need to step up a little bit and try and push. But you could try and push now and cause a problem later on, but the second half of qualifying is going to be just as equally important. And I think one of the things is that they'll say, yeah, push at 95, 98%, but don't go off. Don't compromise that lap. Don't invalidate it.
Yeah, completely. I'm a little surprised we're still seeing a couple of cars with no lap time set at all at this very late stage in the first qualifying session. If my eyes do not deceive me, the 164 Satellite Racing car, currently in the hands of Liam Rance, still has no time associated with it, so they've struggled somewhat. Yeah. Out on track at the moment, I believe, on their out lap. So the problem they're going to have is they will have the second part of qualifying to try and make any alterations they want to make to their setup, but what they won't have is time to get used to it, time to adjust to it. And as we've already explained, that the grid position is decided by the average of both sessions. So if they could absolutely ace the second session, but if they made a complete hash of the first one, that's going to really, really compromise them. So some people are going to be very much on the back foot. However, how many times have we seen it where some people just leave it to the very last second and absolutely blast the field away in the closing stages of the qualifying? We've all seen it in various categories, and it could still happen.
It could. Jakub Kuba-Kowalski out in the Glen Racing 404 Audi R8 LMS. It's the 2019 vintage. A bit like your article when you said Renault flavored Hyundai. Yes, Jason Plato and Alain Menu's livery has been attached to a Hyundai, which they even had the Hyundai in the same font and colour on the same bit of the car, and I could have sworn it said Renault at various points. It was very difficult to unread what my brain was telling me. Yeah, it did have the Labatt tribute band on the front of it as well, amidst that bright yellow and blue livery, which was just after the British Racing green livery, considering the fact that Williams is a British team, but it also had Nescafe emblazoned on the front bonnet of it.
Indeed. Great lap from the number 82 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren of Christopher Kianek to take the top of the GT3 times by, like you said, half a second. Absolutely nailed all three sectors, purple, all belonging to the number 82 at the moment for the GT3 field. So very much not quite a class of one, but he's very, very strong representation for the number 82, proving a bit quicker than some of the GTEs out there, which is impressive to see. The top of the GTE field, as mentioned, still the number 74 Juices Motorsport car that was in the hands of Wojtek Polesny, as I've called him before. I think Wojtek is a shortened version of his name, but it is the same individual. The Czech Republic ace has put that one on pole for the GTE class, but just shy of 210 is all that separates him from Ronan Sux in the number 67 Mugen Sim racing car. We're on board with Lucas Vela in the number 13 CKR, the Brazilian squad. In their McLaren, they've got just 900ths to find to climb a position in the GTEs. Liam Rance has put a time on the board, 151.2, which jumps him ahead of the GTEs and GT3s, but he's a bit off the back of the LMP by about 6 seconds. I think it's fair to say that he was probably held up there, but that's the other problem these drivers are going to find is space. We talked about this earlier, and in these closing sessions where everybody's wanting to get out there and improve their times, it's going to be even more paramount that these guys just get that clean lap in at the right time. Like you said earlier, Alex, sometimes they may have to sacrifice a few percentage of horsepower or few percentage of performance just to make sure they get a lap on the board.
Yeah. There is still time in this session to go. There's just over 22 minutes. We're going to run through the rankings at the moment, and Michi Hoyer's gone even quicker still, Chris. 1 minute 43.256. The German is not hanging about and has gone over 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Jimmy Nisula from Maradnes E-Stars. And Alistair Young has put the number 1179 Axel car into third place on a 1 minute 45.264. Damien Skovron has returned the favour to Inigo Anton, and the pair have been swapping lap times. Chris, they're separated by 6/100th of a second in the battle for the top time in LMP2. Robert Pawn for Juices rounds out the top three in that class. GTE, it's Wojtek Polesny, 1 minute 55.144. As you can see, the timings now coming up on your screen, ahead of Roland Zux by 0.18, and then Manuel Biancolila a further nearly 3 tenths behind in GTE. GT3, Christopher Kianek for Mugen Sim Racing is a 156.493. Magic Kasperczyk for Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport, and Jakub Kubakowalski rounding out the top three for Glam Racing, and has just set a best lap time of the session, 1 minute 57.169, top three in GT3, covered by less than 7 tenths. You add another 0.181 to 0.205 to that is Carl Lickergaard.
It's truth. It is getting very, very busy out there. I mean, just looking at this camera shot alone, just the amount of cars that's occupying that camera shot this late in the session kind of gives you an impression on how busy it is and how hard it is. Here we go, another train coming through. It's going to be very difficult, particularly for the DPIs and the LMPs, to get that clean lap in. But this is actually very good practice for when it comes to race time, because of course the LMPs and the DPIs are going to be constantly finding those GT cars, and probably at very inconvenient times. Now, what we always say in endurance racing, it's up to the faster class to make their way past the slower ones. And that is so crucial at a track such as Matsusaka, that is a very technical and twisty track. They need the slower classes to be predictable. The top of the shot, you just saw two cars coming very close together, and the one that was behind went to make a pass on the outside of 200R, but was slightly uncertain of whether to commit, so had to back off. And that's exactly the problem. If the person you're passing is unpredictable or is doing something you're not expecting, you have the confidence to pin it and hope that they stay there? Or do you stay back and compromise how much time you're going to lose, or compound, I should say, how much time you're going to lose by staying behind them? So it's absolutely imperative that the slower classes just maintain their line, be predictable, because the last thing that the faster classes want is the slower class to jump out of the way to try and let the quicker ones through, but in actual fact they jump straight into the line that the faster class is committed to.
Yeah, no worries at all. Okay, Liam Rance still out on circuit. He's going to put the laps in through into the first corner as... Whoops. Someone's had a definite clean up on aisle 3 moment on the exit of the first corner. It's quite funny the amount of different vernaculars that we use for having exit stage left, exit stage right, Code Brown.
That was Mitchy Hoyer, I believe.
Was it?
I believe so, because it was his name with the yellow flag next to it on my timing screen. Deciding to inspect the barrier on the outside of turn 1.
Okay. No, we'll keep an eye. I'm actually going to ride on board with Liam Rance on board inside the cockpit from the 164 from Satellite Racing. Full lock to lock there, going through the hairpin at turn 11 now, through the approach into 200R. Going up the gears, 4th gear. Over 150 plus miles an hour goes the car. Heading towards Spoon, the deceptive double left-hander. Hard on the brakes, down to 3rd, turn it in. Let the car drift wide and then carry it through to the apex on the very next corner. Good commitment there from Liam Rance there. As I think I've just seen a massive moment for ID Simsport just out of the corner of my eye on the PC next to me.
Yeah, very well committed indeed. Despite the fact that he hasn't really been able to put the laps in, he's very confident that his car's going to stick as we now head down towards the Casio Triangle. But you're also seeing a lot of kind of twitchiness, that counter steering, that very sudden corrections that you're seeing. Ironically, in sim racing, LMP2 is one of the classes I really struggle with. For some reason, I cannot get a balance in these cars. They're very, very tricky to drive. What is that time from Liam Rance? That puts him up to that's up a position. That's now to 5th place, ahead of the Cyberlinks Racing number 241. Alexei Zagorodnev. We'll get that
Zagorodnev is. I had to take multiple tries last year to get it right. So. Zagorodnev. It's really funny the amount of, well, you know how many nations I tend to commentate on karting events. It's normally probably the best part of well over 20. I think it was 26 in Spain. As Kasparczyk now coming through. Bumps the sausage curve through the Casio Triangle. Oh dear.
I think it's fair to say.
I think the biggest Knight Rider moment we've actually had is from Satellite Racing with Nello Pastorino behind the wheel. That was like complete airtime underneath both left wheels, and Jimmy Nisula fires it through at a considerable rate of knots. As we're heading into the last 16 and a half minutes of qualifying, it will be qualifying 2 as Jimmy Nisula decides to venture back into pit lane. The back end getting a bit squirrely, and he locks up the brakes going on to the pit lane limiter line. And one of the biggest things here on the R Factor 2 platform, Chris, just like any sim, you break the speed limit, you're getting a slam dunk penalty.
There's no appealing it either. Unless you're hit and you're forced to go faster for whatever reason, there's no appealing those kind of things. It is your own right foot, it's your own ability to slow down at the right time that will put you in that position. Oh, that Viaducting car still misbehaving. They've been really struggling in this session. We haven't seen a solid time from the number 1 really all session long, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better for them at the moment. 1:47.1 is the time they have on the board at the moment. Considering the pole time is a 1:43.2, I think it's fair to say that Viaducton have some work to do to improve their standing.
Yeah, I'm going to just keep my eyes on Liam Rance. We're back with Mitchy Hoyer. Weaving from side to side. Could this be another run at another fast lap? Let's stick on board with the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity DPI car as it goes to full throttle across the start-finish line here at Matsusaka. Big rate of knots coming up, and it's going to be hard on the braking zone as one of the cars comes out of pit lane, hard on the apex, and
wow, that did not want to stick.
You know what? I have to give kudos to Mitchy Hoyer. I know his caliber. Everyone knows his caliber. But to keep it like he did after that moment, one hand off the wheel, that increases your beats per minute, doesn't it?
Oh, somewhat. Yes, that was... I think there's some redecorating could have potentially gone on inside that car that we won't mention any further.
Virtually speaking.
Virtually speaking, of course. As he's now going to catch up to, that's the red and white BMW, isn't it?
Teleforingen, yeah.
That's the one I was trying to look up. Who's he catching up to now? That's the cogwheel on the side of the Corvette. That is the Gadget 26. That's Carl Leakegaard that is out in that one. But yeah, that was very well handled by Michi Hoyer. He's of course caught many a screaming up to the back of the Corvette. This lap's already compromised. That slightly exuberant moment into turn 1 did it for him, but he's pressing on nonetheless. And that's what Michi Hoyer does, isn't it? It's very much all or nothing.
Look, a swig of tea as he's going down the backstretch heading towards 130R. Priceless stuff from Michi Hoyer from Burst Esports Simplexity. You know what? That is the best. I mean, since I've been commentating on GTR24H, never have we had that. That just goes to show the mental capacity that these drivers had. I'm just going to have a swig of my coffee. And he goes into the pit lane. But, I mean, I have to say, that is one of the moments of the season. And we've not even hit the race start, Chris.
But that goes to show that he's relaxed. He's in a position he wants to be in. Obviously, he's at the top of the tree, he's relaxed. He's comfortable, and that's what you need to get the very best times. Sounds like an obvious statement, and to a point, it is. You do have to be comfortable with the machinery you're in, but he's still very alert, and the way he caught that moment coming through turn 1 last time around just proves how alert he is, but still with that level of relaxation to enjoy some caffeine mid-lap.
That was towards the beginning of the third sector, I believe. But nevertheless, we digress. We move on. Gert Nielsen from Teleforingen has brought out the yellows in sector number 1. So good to get another thumbs up from my good buddy from Germany. Just outside of Mettmann in Düsseldorf. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend, Konrad Bayer. A good friend of mine, speaks very, very fluent English. That's Gert Nielsen. Bang! Yeah. And the Beamer has banged it into the barriers. Oh, that's a moment you don't want to have through the S's there, but at least Gert will not be physically smarting. He might be emotionally scarred after that one as Inigo Anton goes off the circuit, and that's through Spoon Curve, I believe.
It is indeed an exploratory line through Spoon that the timekeepers will not be too pleased with, and is not going to gain you anything. It's very dusty and dirty out there, and decides to kick up some dust on the inside of the track as well, just for good measure, but pressing on nonetheless.
Yep, I've just seen a nice little development. Liam Rance is picking up the pace. Top 4 in LMP2, Chris, covered by just 7 tenths. Liam Rance has put in the best effort of a 1 minute 44.354 on his previous lap around. And he's on a hot lap at the moment as things stand through Degner 1. Full commitment at 4th gear and probably the best part of about 180 kilometers an hour. Underneath the bridge. That's one of the glorious sights here at Matsusaka. Just seeing the cars go underneath the bridge when they're coming out of the Degners, and then the cars going over it or on the backstretch heading towards 130R. It's like one of those glorious sights. And we've just had a yellow out in sector 3. Just keeping an eye on who that is. I'm just waiting. I
believe that was Michi Hoyer, but it was fairly brief. Oops, as Liam Rance is pushing a little bit too hard now, the 4th in class with a 1:44.354 on the board. So he's still finding time consistently, lap on lap on lap, which will certainly help kind of make up for lost time, considering Liam was very late to the party, but he's still getting out there and getting on with it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the best session to start off with for satellite racing with Nello Pastorino. Nello not having the greatest of luck. He gave us the biggest two-wheel moment that we've seen all session long as Liam decides to jump into the pits with 10 minutes on the clock still to go. So heading into the final hurrah here in qualifying 1 before we go to an interval for about half an hour before Q2. Michi Hoyer leads in LMP in DPI for Burst Esports Simplexity by nearly 3.6 tenths of a second ahead of Maradnes E-Stars Jimmy Nisula. LMP2, Damien Scovron doing the double for Burst Esports for the 94 Good of Sunglasses entry, 1 minute 43.649. Inigo Anton, second for Sem9 Axel. They're covered by 86 thousandths of a second. GTE, Wojtek Bolesny still leads for Juicers Motorsport Club's number 74 Aston Martin by 0.18 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing's Roland Zux in the 67 BMW M8 GTE with Manuel Biancolila in third, and the sister car, the 53. So it's the 54 ahead of the 53. Michael Francesconi running out the top 4 with DIS Sim Racing Lab. Top 5 covered by 9 1/4 tenths of a second. GT3, Christopher Janek from Slovakia from Mugen Sim Racing, the 82 McLaren leads the way, 0.385 ahead of Magic Kasperzik for Volante Racing by Azatec Sim Sport, with Jakub Kuba-Kowalski for Glam Racing rounding out the top 3. Chris, yellow's out in Sector 3. That's Robert Pawn. Juice's Motorsport Club have just had a bit of a mare, unfortunately, and that is going through Degner 1 of all places. I mean, you'll remember this as well. I still remember when Heikki Kovalainen, running alongside Lewis Hamilton for McLaren, went through Degner 1. The car went 180 and ended up mounting the tyre barriers with its rear wheels.
Yes, he didn't get out of there either, did he?
No, that was beached.
That was very much beached. Was they not Heikki Kovalainen for Lotus when they for Caterham, beg your pardon, ended up on top of the manor of Carter Cahan at Monaco, I believe, in a very similar fashion.
No. Wasn't that HRT? Carter Cahan didn't drive for Manor, did he? Or was that back in the Formula 3 days?
No. I'm talking Formula 1 days, but you may well be right. Might well have been HRT. But I believe Carter Cahan was he was the innocent one on that one, if it's the incident I'm thinking of.
Yeah. A lot of incidents in Formula 1 over the years, but nevertheless, we still... Yeah, 1 or 2. A smidgen here or there. As Damien Scovron going out. 7.5 minutes to go. And at the minute as things stand, Chris, Wojtek Bolesny has done... I'm just keeping an eye on his sector times. He's a 10th off in Sector 2, but he's just done his personal best in Sector 3. The fastest of the GTE cars in Sector 3 is Roland Zooks in the number 67 BMW. Going to try and see if I can find where that car is at the moment. Right, so I've got it, and it's ahead of the 585 Volante Racing Azatec SimSports collaboration. And they're going through Spoon Curve, I believe. So Zooks keeps it pinned to the apex. He's on an outlap at the moment, so I'm going to jump on board with the car and actually do a bit of a... Yeah, on the front of the bonnet, as we've got Damien Scovron going through. Yellow in Sector 2, Chris. Can you identify
Kowalski, the number 404 Glam Racing Gorgeous Audi, has upset the flags.
Well, engaged the flag marshals. That's very much true. But let's ride on board with Roland Zooks. That's the Satellite Racing car. That's Liam Rance. Still in 4th position. 0.7 off of there, and he does not improve on that. That was a 1 minute 49.5, so probably more a warm-up, because they'll have a couple of laps if they decide to do so. But Roland Zooks very neat and tidy through the first corner, which then has another right-hander just afterwards through into the S's. Going to go actually in cockpit and give you an idea of the speeds. 3rd gear, 150 or so kilometres an hour. It's about carrying some momentum through here, as we have got the yellow flag still out in Sector 2, so Roland might have to sort of lift off. Well, that's been retracted now. Now he can be at full racing.
That was the B32 McLaren.
Okay. Through Degner 2 now goes Roland Zooks. Now increasing the pace. Through into the right-hand sweeper here at turn 10 before the left-hand hairpin at 11. Hard on the brakes. Back end stepping out. You know what? He caught that ever so well, because you could see that he was having to go a bit left-hand down because the back end was breaking traction at the right-hand rear whilst he was under braking. So well held by Roland Zooks there.
He anticipated that perfectly, didn't he? I think he was fully expecting his car to do it. And again, you saw a snap of right as he's turning into the left-hander of Spoon. So again, he's just wrestling that BMW. He still doesn't want to play ball. It's still very quick, though. 2nd in class by less than 2 tenths, where he's been for a while. Polesny has not returned to the track for Deuce's Motorsport Club. The number 74 car is in the pit, and it's been there for a while. Bianca Lida hasn't returned either, so it's up to Zooks if he wants that top spot. From the number 74, he's doing what he can. Where is he on his times? He's about close.
He's 3 tenths off in Sector 1. He's improved, and he denies us.
We are going to have a word with these drivers. If we're watching you, you finish your lap, or you will have ballast in the car. How about that?
Don't start, Chris. You'll just you'll antagonise the mosh pit. That's what you're going to do, Mr. Buxton.
I did make a suggestion for ice tyres to be used as a penalty, didn't I, pre-season?
And then I started going off on one. I went, what about Nankang City Car Cup, 24 hours at Snetterton? And then maybe a Citroen 2CV. And then they've got to do that to qualify for the season. That just shows how random thoughts we have between ourselves as commentators. But it's nice to sort of give you people an insight onto how our minds work, and they can be rather random at times. We've got a yellow out. It's Hans Bishek again in the 585 Valente Racing by Azatec Simsport car. Coming to the final throws of qualifying. And at the moment, Chris, Damien Scovron from Burst Esports, good as sunglasses in the 94, is out, but it is still in the garage. However, I'm keeping an eye as we have a look at Alvaro Inchalsti for MCM Motorsport, 7th in GTE. I'm just going to try and see if I can find exactly where the... well, Turn Low is out on a hot lap at the minute. Inigo Anton's winding up for a quick one too. As I come across GT3 cars, and Carl Lickergar's gone off again. Bless him. He's got some pace, but there's times when, as you said, this track is so narrow, and some of the
very unforgiving when you cross that when you cross the boundary. When you lose the adhesion, when the tyres just look at you and go, cry "Enough, sir!" As Michael Pedersen of the 160 ID Simsport car has gone for a wander again.
Yep. Right, okay. Damien Scovron and Inigo Anton both on outlaps. And we are into the last 2 minutes. There's Michi Hoyer. Oh, nearly dancing with the tail end. Fantastic there was the German coming out of the Casio triangle. That is probably the Team Iris car, I believe. There's a sea of GT3 and GTE combined.
Did you see Michi Hoyer's time?
Oh, my... Oh, don't tell me.
You're
Michi Hoyer, you absolute charlatan. First time into the 142s.
You absolute monster.
142.792. That is 8/10 quicker. 8/10. I thought Jene Simoncic was going to give me a heart attack. He nearly did last year at qualifying for the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 24 hours. And here we are, true to form, 6 months later. Michi Hoyer, you've got some explaining to do later. That is an incredible, incredible lap. Wow.
Good Lord.
You know what? He put in... Chris, get this. Okay, first sector. My second sector was a 45.07. His Sector 3, 18.8. And I'm looking at the cumulatives between him and Jimmy Nusula. 45.546 for Jimmy Nusula Sector 2. And a 19.220. We're into the last 35 seconds. Michi Hoyer has put Burst Esports Simplexity right at the top of the tree going into Q2. I fear that is convincingly, and that is a sign of things to come for Q2, because when we go under the nighttime sky, it's completely different. The timer is now about to hit 0. We are effectively now finishing Q1. That is it. Session concludes. What a note to end it on, Chris. You know,
a lovely drift through the hairpin as well.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break after we've finished concluding what we're going to talk about, what's happened just over the next couple of minutes, Chris. But Michi Hoyer, 1 minute 42.792 seconds from the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity. I think for Jimmy Sula, they're going to have to sort of regroup, reassert, come back for Q2 in about just under half an hour's time. They're second at the moment. Alistair Young, Sem 9 Axel, P3. Sebastian Deville doing a great job for Team Adrenaline. Despite being 2.5 seconds off the pace, they're fourth in the DPI class. Denis Ishanko, it's a tough start for Unison Racing, but they will improve as time goes by. But they're only about 2.5 tenths off of fourth position. Viaducton round out the 6-strong grid. and they're all covered by just over 4.17. But then, Chris, we take a look at LMP2. It's double bubble for Burst Esport, isn't it?
That bubble has yet to burst. The pun had to be in there somewhere, and I'm going to steal that one for myself.
Good
but
stuff.
Yeah, what a great effort. Michi Hoyer, you absolutely... Wow, I mean, Jimmy Isula did improve before the session concluded, but only reducing the deficit from 0.8 to 0.4. I mean, on pole by nearly half a second. That's bad enough. It was looking like it was going to be 0.8 to Michi Hoyer. That's absolutely unreal. But again, great effort from Damien Scoveren. Early struggles in that car, but was soon got really got the beast by the throat and wrestled that one to a strong pole position there. The GTE field, that's been in the hands of Wojtek Polesny for a while. 155.144, his best lap. He's still out there, but it's absolutely untouchable. Ronan Sux is close, but not quite there. And then the GT3s, that monstrous time from Kianek was no one in the class. 4/10 was as close as anybody got. And that was Kaspersky. Struth.
I know. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have actually had a message from one Michi Hoy, and he says, well, I can have a chat with you if you want, but there we go. Christopher Kianek takes the top time for Mugen Sim Racing, the 82 and GT3. Magic Kasperczyk in second ahead of Jakub Kowalski, and I'm wondering, can I hear an open microphone for Michi Hoyer by any chance?
Yes, you can.
What on earth? You've just given me nigh on a heart attack there. First of all, sipping on your mug when you were going down the back straightaway, heading into 130R, cool as a cucumber, and then you just put in one of the most biblical of lap times, Michi. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Has been a very, very difficult session. Like, I knew that this 42 was possible for ages, but you know, one time you spin, the next time you hit traffic, then people don't look for blue flags, and then something else happens, and it took ages now to get the lap in. But like people said, the mood changed because it was like really like, get this damn lap in now finally.
Yes.
And yeah, like in the very last attempt, we then kicked off nicely. I think it was suddenly then purple in all sectors, whereas beforehand, like, you know, it was seen on the Delta, like when having the 43.2, I saw that just by the sectors I've already done, a 43.0 was possible, and then I knew at least there was one sector where the optimal isn't even the 10th, like it's still lacking a 10th, and then the last everything came together nicely.
I think I'm going to say something in your own language. Oh mein Gott.
Yeah.
Das war geil.
It was.
Yeah.
But it was a 2-hour struggle actually with the traffic and everything.
Yeah.
Like, and then, you know, the track involves so much, so a very good lap in the beginning was still worth just a mid 43, and the track improved over a second throughout the course. So that was very interesting. Like the balance shifted, and at some point you just kept with the setup and kept going, but was a long way to go there.
Definitely. Well done, Michi. Top time, not just for the Simplexity car in DPI, but Damien doing a great job for the Gooder Sunglasses entry in LMP2. I mean, but it wasn't easy for Damien. He had a lot of competitors to go against, you know, like 79 Axel, Juices Motorsport Club. But Damien pulled it out of the bag in the latter stages, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was the same struggle for him. Like, I got the information between that. I mean, since the LMP2 cars are roughly the same quick than the DPI, their situation is exactly the same. Whereas they can be screwed over by a DPI even further, because in the corners, that's when the LMP2 is a lot better than the DPI, and on the straights, I mean, you know, if a DPI passes you just get the slipstream, so that's fine in the P2. But yeah, certainly, as you say, both cars in P1 for the first session, so that's a good situation for session 2. Now we need to see, obviously, in the LMP2 car, like, the competition is very, very close there, I think. And we just need to see how that pans out for the LMP2 car. For the DPI, we get David and Jerne in. they surely can do what I did, and so from that regard, I don't think that the P2 car can go 9/10 faster than we did. So, but let's see.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting session indeed.
Definitely. Mitchie, well done today, and all the very best of luck to Burst Esports. Simplexity and Good Sunglasses in both the DPI class and LMP2 class. Thanks for chatting with us. We'll let you get on with the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
So, Chris, really just to sum up what's happened, I think shots across the bow have been more than fired. They have been literally slingshotted around Matsusaka, haven't they?
Somewhat, yeah. I love the fact that Michi, again, maintaining his cool there and saying that his fellow drivers can do what he did. And drink a mug of coffee at the same time, perhaps? Absolutely unreal. I mean, almost inhuman performance out of let's say out of nowhere, slightly unfair, but at the very depth of the session, and something that absolutely monstrous time that even the mighty Jimmy Nisula couldn't match. What a way to start the season off. That's a very big, like you say, an absolute warning barrage, not just a warning shot to the rest of the field. Come and have a go if you think you're fast enough.
True.
Absolutely brilliant. But again, we've seen some brilliant performances from the vast majority of our drivers, are the ones we've seen so far, and we still have it all to do again in the nighttime session. Now, all the visual cues change, all those little things that you're used to seeing out of just your subconscious habits are so different in the night. I don't envy these guys going for a nighttime session. That's almost terrifying, especially when you're the slower car being caught and all you can just see is this blur of light. So they've really got to be on their game for this one.
Yes, indeed. Well, that wraps it up for Q1 with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Chris Buxton. Chris, good to have you with us. I know that you're going to be joining us for a few hours in the evening of the race itself tomorrow, but join Yusuf Bin Sahal and Kieran McGinley when we kickstart Q2 in just over 20 minutes' time. See you very soon. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengol, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the qualifying session, the second qualifying session of the GTR24H EEWC, the season opener here at Matsusaka. And it is the nighttime qualifying session where we've just seen Michi Hoya put in a tremendous lap not that long ago at the end of the dry session. Let's see what the lap times will be this time round when the lights go out. My name is Kieran McGinley, Yusuf bin Sahil joining you for the next couple of hours to take you through this qualifying session. And as you've already seen, the swarm of cars make their way out onto the circuit, eager to get started with this qualifying session. And Yusuf, so am I. I'm hoping you are as well.
Oh, I'm absolutely raring to go. And because, you know, we're coming in for the first time, we've got to fire some shots, and that is over at our predecessors in the form of Chris Buxton and Alex Dorschman. We had the golden oldies on before. Now we've got the young blood. We've got the Zoomers on the broadcast, and that's beautiful. We get to see the track right behind us as well.
So I guess we know now who the favourite is out of us two, because I'm not going to say a bad word at all. I hope the higher-ups will hear that one. Anyway, we go to and look at the next qualifying session. And Yusuf, you've been keeping an eye on the sort of times in the dry session, in the, well, I say the dry session, the day session, if you like, when the sun was beaming down the Matsusaka circuit. And, I mean, Michi Hoya put in a stunning lap at the end.
It was absolutely beautiful. A 42.792. He went practically a second faster than Jimmy Nisila. Absolutely incredible. Where he found that from, I don't know. And we saw, you know, the whole thing of with the mug on a street, just like easy. It takes that whole Charles Leclerc, holding the wing mirror to a different level.
I'll tell you what, it's not quite the same effect if us commentators do it halfway through, sort of commentating. It's not
I can try now. Let's see if this works.
Nah, it's not the same.
Not quite as mesmerising as that.
Not quite as magical as when Michi done it. But tell you what, we've got 12 hours for you to master that. We'll see how charismatic you can make it throughout the stream.
I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. Having a look at the early lap times in the session then, just a handful of lap times to bring to you in the LMP2s and the GTEs. At the moment then, it's the number 77 team Iris at the hands of Tayan Lauer with a 45.351. Inigo Anton in the number 21 Sem9 Axel Racing Machine with a 46.006, and then topping the GTEs at the moment is the number 67 Sim Racing, Mugen Sim Racing, but at the hands of Zoltan Varkonyi, 56.428. Of course, in a nighttime session, Yusuf, the track temperature is down, the air temperature is down. How are we likely to see that affect the machinery in this session?
I always find it weird because there's a bit of a double impact, because one is the air temperature, track temperature drops down, so you've got slightly less grip out on circuit. But the benefits of having it in the darkness in the night is the fact that it is cooler, which means that the engines tend to run a little bit better. Turbos pulling in colder air. So that generally helps, but that's more over an endurance stint. So when you're actually in the race, the cars prefer to be in that nighttime state. But for raw pace, the daytime is where you'll be finding a bit more time. So considering that we're already seeing times that are almost within a second of the daytime running, I think that is good. I think I'm trying to give an estimate.
Oh, that's the Viaductin machine then, getting all out of shape on the exit of 130R. Such a fast flowing corner. That's pretty much the last place you want to be losing the back end around here.
Yeah, and it's weird to see a car lose the rear end through 130R, so I'm just wondering if the Viaductin car had to navigate through some traffic, or what just essentially caused that rear end to step out, because it is unusual to see cars going off there.
It really, really is, and when they snap like that, there's almost no chance you're actually going to recover them at all. So yeah, as well as that, there's an effect as there's almost a little bit of argy-bargy in the pit lane, let alone out on track. There's always an element of you want to run the lowest downforce possible at the circuit. You want to try and maximise what straights there are. And then you get to the corners like the S section coming through the first part of the lap, and you've also got the Dunlop curve, which is a fearsome corner at the best of times, and when you're trying to run this sort of low drag setup. So it's a case of you've got to sacrifice some top speed in these cars in order to maximise the high speed corners around here.
Absolutely, and when you think about the Matsusaka circuit, there are a lot of mid to high speed at corners. I think the only corners that you'd say are actual slow corners is the hairpin in the middle of the track, and then the Casio complex, the Casio triangle at the final part. Everything else is relatively high speed that the drivers I don't think will ever go down into second gear for. Maybe they go down into second gear for one of the two Degners, probably Degner 2, but even that I think will be taken in third gear. Maybe at some point we can get on board with one of the drivers and take a look at that as well.
Absolutely, as we've just had a couple of fast lap times on the board. The number 94 Burst Esport got sunglasses, number 94 Damien Skovron, 44.398, and also now at the top of the Hypercar car, second overall, David Mrozek in the Burst Esports Simplexity, 44.938. Bit of conversation, Yusuf, about the LMP2s and the hypercars, especially coming into the season opener.
And we heard it straight from the horse's mouth, if you will, from Michi Hoya after his qualifying lap, and he was talking about the difference between the LMP2s and the DPIs. For anyone tuning in now, essentially the DPI is a little bit faster than the LMP2s, but what we are seeing is that the LMP2s just have that little bit more downforce, that little bit more mechanical grip, which means that they go a bit faster through the corners. And if you are faster than another car, the most annoying thing is when you're faster in the corners and slower on the straights, because it becomes practically impossible to overtake. You catch up to them in the corners, you can't find a way through the twisty stuff like here at Matsusaka in the S's. You get to a straight and then the car just pulls away from you.
Yeah, and around a track like Matsusaka where there is a lot of high speed corners, a lot of grip is needed in these machines, that it's sort of a levelling out the playing field, if you like, especially towards the pointy end of the field.
I'm really excited to see how this DPI LMP2 class fits together, because yes, we've got DPIs, we've got LMP2s, and within those classes it's practically just one car, the Eureka and then the Cadillac. But when you look further down the field towards the GTE, towards the GT3 class, those are our multi-car classes, and effectively what we're seeing is that the DPI and LMP2 is almost merging together into a 2-car class.
Yeah, we had a bit of a moment down at the first corner, a bit earlier on from the 214 Cyberlinks racing car, but they've got themselves back going again, so maybe just a little bit of a moment there for the team at that point. But we're watching here David Mrozek, who is top of the DPI class, and as far as I can see, the only DPI runner at this moment in time who set a lap time on the board, but still the fastest lap time out there, 44.938. Come back into the pits, put on a fresh set of boots, I'm sure, put in just about enough fuel to get maybe an out lap, a flying lap and an in lap, and see what he can do. But one thing that Chris and Alex were talking about in the day session in qualifying was the amount of space you have on track. Especially in these faster cars, you are quickly going to close up to the GT3s and the GTEs before you know it.
And again, it all comes down to the fact that this is multi-class racing, and when you usually look at, Formula 1, okay, you leave yourself a 5-second gap, you're fine. If you catch up to a car, they're going to be on a slower cool-down lap, maybe an out lap, they'll pull out of your way. That is not the case here, Matsusaka. That's not the case for the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. You can leave a large gap, but at the end of the day, the DPIs and the LMP2s, they're lapping over 10 seconds a lap quicker than the GTEs and the GT3s. So it's very easy to close it up to a car, and that car is also going to be on a hot lap. They're not going to be wanting to compromise their own lap to assist you.
That's absolutely right, and there's no clause in their rules to say that you have to let them through if you're on a flying lap, as we've known through time and time again through these endurance races that it is up to the faster car to find their way past. That's been pretty much a staple rule for as long as I can remember, at least, and it's sort of ingrained in the drivers who come endurance racing. I mean, Chris was talking about in the day session how these drivers will be probably doing multiple disciplines every single weekend wherever they go. I mean, Michi Hoyer, pretty prolific in Formula Sim racing as well, and he's a man who's not really just showing any pressure, as we saw earlier on in the qualifying session.
And that's one of the great things about sim racing when you compare it to real life racing, is the fact that you don't need these whoppingly huge budgets to be able to race, and it means that the drivers, if you've got the talent and you have your sim rig, which sure it does cost a fair bit of money, but once you've got it, you can race in a variety of races, and it doesn't all have to be on one specific game. It doesn't all have to be on R Factor 2. You can race on the likes of F1, Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing. There's such a wide variety of races, of cars to drive in as well, and it means that drivers get even more time to practice, but at the same time you need to be able to be versatile from switching from one game to another.
And one thing that we do have when we come to Matsusaka is that's David Mrozek trying to launch the car in towards the spoon curve, and back onto the power he will go, and towards 130R, originally designed as a Honda test track, 1962, and then they decided actually we could go racing here and have full-fledged races. Why not? And being one of the only circuits, I think I'm right in thinking that it's one of the only figure 8 circuits in the world, and I think that's what catches the eye for some of these as well.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think if there is another figure of 8 circuit.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. I'm sure I'll be corrected at some point.
The only one that I can think of is not technically a figure of 8, but it is very close, is Singapore. Because it's that bit where they meet.
Very close, isn't it? Yeah. I guess you could say the Baku City circuit as well. That comes very close to each other. But yeah, as you say, they're just very narrowly. But yeah, I think Matsusaka, a figure of 8 circuit, and you'll be hard pressed to find a driver that doesn't like this track.
Absolutely. I love this track to bits. I know we were talking on the flight here about the wonders of trying to take the Dunlop curve properly. Very difficult, but that's, at least for me, I don't know if it's the case for you, Kieran, but that's what makes a track fun to drive, right? When you have these corners that are really difficult, that if you get it right, that once in a blue moon, it feels so rewarding.
It does. But I stick to shouting in a box for a reason nowadays, and so long may it continue. Zoltan Varkonyin, the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing, top of the GTE class at the moment, seeing him in the BMW, making his way now through this long right-hander, 12th turn on the circuit before we head away towards Spoon Curve, this double left-hander, Yusuf. And really this section is all about patience, because the grip is going to be there, but the front end's actually got to bite in before you can press that loud throttle pedal.
Yeah. And he's making his way down as we switch on over to the ID Sim Sport car. That is the 166 of Markus Stert, who is currently down in 13th overall. That is a P4 in the GTE class. 57.487 is his current best time. I want to give actually a quick shout out to the Deuces car in the LMP2 class, because they've already punched far above what they did in the daytime session. In fact, I'm not even sure if they got a lap in the daytime session, but a 44.9 so far, pretty good. Only 7/10 off at Damien Scoffron.
Yeah, as they now make their way up towards the hairpin, and if you're a driver named Kamui Kobayashi, you will have loved that corner to pieces in Formula 1 all those years ago. Adrian Sutil also liked to move up the inside of the hairpin as well at Suzuka, so he's not the only one, and it's going to be a critical time, these qualifying sessions. We take the average, and that decides your grid position for the race, but overtaking it, as we've got someone off at Spoon Curve, that's Degner 2. It is, that's Degner 2. It was the 166 that's found itself unfortunately in the wall. The ID Sim Sport Aston Martin Vantage, not sure who's behind the wheel of that machine, but what we do know is that the machine was briefly in the gravel and in the wall.
Now, I do believe we have a guest, an interviewee that we can interrogate. I believe a driver from the esteemed DIS Sim Racing team, Andy Kurtzen, who helped take DIS up to P5 in the GTE qualifying 1.
Well, let's see if we can have him on board to have a chat with. And Yusuf, you've introduced the man. I'll let you have the word.
Yeah, Andy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Andy, it's good to have you on with us again. We've been able to speak over multiple EEWC races over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat, we've got a long season ahead of us. What are the aspirations? What are the hopes for you in DIS?
To be honest, we don't have too many hopes this season. We have all been very busy, and also now seeing with the qualification that people are really fast. So we have not prepared as much as we usually do, because people have just been really busy. Hopefully throughout the season we will be able to do more. Of course, we do practice, we do participate, we do a lot of stuff before each race. It's not like we just do up or anything. But yeah, the competition, as last year actually, is really hard, really tough. So I think where we are now with the first qualification midfield, I think that's a realistic target for us. Yeah.
Now, Andy, I've got to be honest, I don't know if I can trust you, because in 2019, you guys won the GT3 Championship. In 2021, I didn't have much expectations, but you guys were able to beat the 54 Musto car. So,
yeah.
Okay, I want you to tell me, which one of the teams in the GTE class do you consider your rivals? Like, which team is your target to beat?
All of them, of course. I would say also from this first quali session, I would think about the Unison Racing. Also, okay. Yeah, as you said, we won the GT3 in 2019. They won it, or 2020, and they won it last year, as far as I remember. So I think that could be a good target for us. Of course, we also want to beat the Musto Pesquera guys, and yeah, again, everyone. But I don't know. I still hope, as with the other years, that we're not the fastest in qualifying, but that the race will come to us, that we can avoid accidents and all incidents actually, and that we might benefit from that. But I think it will be a tough season, to be honest.
Well, I like the sound of a tough season. Kieran, do you have any questions for Andy?
Yeah, Andy, how do you prepare this team? Obviously, it's our first qualifying session of the season. It's something you've done before, a day qualifying session followed by the night. What's the big difference for the drivers between the two sessions?
The big difference, and again this comes down to a lack of preparation, is that we haven't really run a lot of time in the night. So even though we can see quite a lot, and all the breaking points, everything is quite clear, but there's just something missing with how far you can actually look ahead. So there's something in adapting to the darkness that is also a bit easier in the race where it comes gradually, where here in the qualifying where you just run in light and then in dark. I personally think that's a bit more difficult, and again the track should be theoretically as fast, but normally what we have seen is that we are 2, 3, 4 tenths slower in the night. And to be honest, I can't really give a good explanation as to why that is, but that's just how it seems to be for us.
And obviously, you were talking about aspirations in being competitive. But when it comes to a qualifying session, we're here at Matsusaka where overtaking is going to be so limited over the 12 hours. I mean, how do you sort of psych yourself up for what is going to be a very important qualifying session?
Normally, we don't do a lot of practice for qualifying, to be honest. We do 95% of our practice towards the race, being consistent. Of course, we would always like to gain another place in qualifying, but I also think that sometimes it might be an advantage to be 1 or 2 places further down, being amongst cars that you theoretically should be faster than, and then hopefully easier being able to stay out of trouble. If that works, of course, we never know. We start midfield anyway since we are in the GTs, so a lot of things can happen, but give or take a place in qualifying, that's not where we win the race at least. So yeah.
Well, Andy, thank you so much for talking to us. We'll leave you and your team to crack on with qualifying. Good luck for today and for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day or evening.
And Andy Kirsten there having a chat to us. Very nice to have a chat with someone who's been there, done that, hasn't he? Really, Andy Kirsten from DIS.
I mean, man's won a championship, so gotta hand it to him. It's very quick. I remember the first interview with him and Yannick Gotthardsson, who I always like to nickname the Danish Nico Rosberg, because at least in my eyes the two look very similar. And I'm interested to see what DIS can pull off this season. They always are the underdogs, always great come race pace, and we'll see whether they can do that again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, and looking forward to seeing what they can unlock, and obviously in the GT class, see how they progress throughout the entire qualifying session. Looking forward to seeing how that all unfurls, as we've got one of these drivers, the number 18 car, making its way all the way through into the latter stages of the lap, and making sure they get the Casio triangle absolutely spot on. It's the Burst C Sport Simplexity car, and in that Cadillac making its way towards that start finish line, and Anton at the wheel of the Sem 9 Axel sports car number 21 with a 44.376, second place in the LMP2 class.
Inigo Anton just improved as well for Axel, so he's up, well, he's still in second, and he's only 1/10 shy of Damian Skovron. Now, we have to remember that with qualifying heading into the race, it's a combination, or an average if you will, of your two qualifying times. So in qualifying 1, Burst Esports beat out Axel by less than 1/10 of a second. Yeah,
we've got a new pole position time at the moment, or at least in this session I should say. It's very misleading for me to call it pole position time. 43.968 from the 64 Maradnis E-Stars car. Jimmy Nisela now top of the standings in the hyperclass and overall with that 43.968, and that means, Yusuf, we are only 1.2 away from that lap time we saw in the dry from Ichi Hoya.
The sad thing right now though for Jimmy Nisler is, while that is a great lap, for him to take pole he's going to have to find another 9/10 pretty much.
Yeah, that's going to be the awkward part. That is going to be the awkward part. We've got the number 17 Unison racing car who's triggered the yellow flags out in Sector 2. In fact, it's just before. There you can just see the remnants of that car making its way up towards the hairpin, where we saw Daniel Kvyat have a high-speed crash about, I think, 7 years ago, 2015, I want to say. And yeah, just a bit of a moment from him there. Didn't see whether he caught the wall at all, but got the car back going again. That's the important thing. Alexei Mazin getting back on track and at least getting back onto the track to at least set another lap time, or on the route now to set another lap time. But Nisila at the top for Miranda's E-Stars, 43.968. The number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car at the hands of David Mrozek is second place, 44.036. Top of the LMP2 class is the Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses number 94 car, 44.233. So Burst Esports doing pretty good. Second in the hyperclass at the moment, first in the LMP2, but of course we've got to take those averages.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about the GT3 class because Christopher Kianik's put in a 56.6, which is less than 0.2 slower than what he did in the daytime session. So right now, Mugen looking in phenomenal form. In the daytime session, Mugen were 0.4 quicker than Volante. Currently, we are still waiting. Actually, no, Alessio Neto is out for the Volante Racing by Aztec Sim Sport car. However, their best only a 58.1, 1.5 seconds slow. So not a fully representative time for the Volante team, and we'll see whether they can improve upon that time over the remaining, 1.5 hours left in this session?
Absolutely, plenty of time still to get some improvements on the board and see which drivers are going to be at which point in the session. Of course, the track over the 2 hours is always going to be improving so long as it stays dry, and I believe it is supposed to stay dry for the session. Don't quote me on that though. I had a look at the radar earlier on, and it looks like it's going to, it looks like it's going to be pretty uneventful. Fingers crossed. We do like curse of the commentator here at GTR24H, so let's see how that all pans out.
Now, we love rain, we love seeing racing in rain, but the issue is if we get it in qualifying, it just means that, well, no laps matter anymore. So if you ever want to see rain, you want to see rain at the start of the session, and then you want to see it drying up towards the end. That's when the cool things really happen. But if it's dry at the start, we want it dry all the way until the end, because the track's going to get grippier and grippier, the times are going to get faster and faster, and maybe we'll see more crazy last minute laps like we saw from Michi Hoya in the first qualifying session. I'm going to say though, hopefully not by Michi and by someone else this time.
Yeah, someone else can have the limelight for a second. We shall see. As Damien Scrovron sets an improvement in the LMP2 class, 44.227 is good enough for the best lap in class so far. So that's the update there, and plenty of cars out there, plenty of side-by-side action as we see Darius Andre in the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car making its way now through 130R. 130R, such a fantastic corner. We touched on it earlier on in the broadcast. I mean, it just looks like it's a flat-out left-hander, but it's so much more than that.
Yeah, it's such a fun corner as well, and it's like Blanchimont, but better. I don't know how that's possible, but
let me get the notepad out for that one. I'm working this out.
I'm genuinely curious. Is Blanchimont tighter than 130R? And then what's the difference in speed usually? Because you're both coming out of relatively similar speed corners, but I don't know how long the straights between corners are.
Yeah, number 82 car having a spin just after Degner 2.
That's Kianik then.
It is Kianik who's had a little bit of a spin, kiss of the wall, and he gets himself back going again. Not sure how much damage there will be to that car. This is it. This is how it happens. So grabbing all of that curb on the second Degner, and the rear tyres just started spinning up. There you go. There's the kiss of the wall. But he might be able to get away with that. He might have to come back to the pits. Depends on how much the steering has been knocked out of shape. But, well, what's a tighter corner, Blanchimont or 130R? It's a good question to mull over as we delve our way into a commercial break. And when we come back, we'll try and work it out, and we'll try and bring you an answer. So don't go away.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks,
Thank you very much.
Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Oh, did you? He-
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back then to the GTR24H EEWC season opener, the second qualifying session here at the 12 Hours of Matsusaka. We quickly threw away the working out book. We both realised we were terrible at maths, but both are great corners, Blanchimont and 130R. I think you'll agree, Yusuf. Whilst you were away, we have a new lap time at the top of the hyper class cars. It's the David Mrozek Burst Esports Simplexity number 18. 43.706 now our new fastest lap time in the hyper class car. Damien Scovron also with a 44.227 to put the 94 Burst Esports good sunglasses machine, the LMP2 car, at the top of the standings. And of course, if you are watching along in the YouTube, we do have the YouTube chat. Alex Goldschmidt has been firing some shots back. Alex, it was him. He said that. He said about old timers.
Guilty.
I had
Guilty and proud.
You're dragging me down with this, with this ship. I'm not even a part of it.
It's I call it team bonding exercise.
I'll have some words after. We'll speak after. But of course, have a chat along in the YouTube chat there, as well as on Twitter, hashtag EEWC. Get involved and let us know your thoughts, and maybe we'll read some of them out when we get the chance. And Yusuf, we've had a couple of lap times now. Changing the order, we're now seeing Nella Pastorino in the satellite racing machine make its way out onto the track. I'm excited to see then how Pastorino will get on in that 164. The team's currently on a 145.446, which is a slight way off of everybody else, but in the grand scheme of things, not too far away.
And when we remember what Satellite Racing were able to do back when Liam Rance was in the car during the daytime session, they qualified in 4th of 44.3. It was 6 tenths off second, which was Inigo Anton. So right now they need to find a little bit more time. Iris, their closest competitors, they were less than a tenth behind the number 77 car. Currently, right now, they are, I'm just double checking the times, a 45.4 for Pastorino. For Benz Horvath in the 77, it's a 44.9, so about half a second being needed to be found by the Satellite Racing team.
So, still plenty of the session to go though. That's going to be the most important thing for them to note. Still plenty of time on the board to get those lap times in. Having a look through some of the other teams as well. Team by Ducton, third in the hyperclass cars, 46.540. And again, this is where the sort of the balance is coming in between the hypercars and the LMP2s. We've got a couple of hypercars at the top of the standings, and it is all LMP2s all the way down to 9th overall.
And I think that's just the case of how the hypercar is. I don't think that's necessarily the talent level of the drivers being shown. I think it's the case of this hypercar, from what I was understanding, seeing from the drivers discussing about the cars in the team Discord chat, is that the brakes are very difficult on this car, and I think the hypercar is just a more difficult car to drive. Higher risk, high reward. If you're able to put it to the limits confidently, you can gain a lot more time, and I think that's what we're essentially seeing from the 18 of Burst Esports Simplexity and Jimmy Nisler in that Maradness E-Stars car. The fact that they are that little bit more confident, they can take it closer to the limit, and as a result they are rewarded for it, whereas the LMP2's just a bit more standard. You can drive safer in those while still reaping the benefits of the car.
João Barbosa in the pit lane, or in the chat I should say, giving the full support for Juice's Motorsports Club. Welcome along, João Barbosa. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far in this second qualifying session, and as we see then Pastorino getting nice and acquainted with some of the GT cars, and that's going to be a huge thing. Night time in tomorrow's race is going to be a big factor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, how much nighttime hours do we have, because we're starting the race at about 2 p.m. I think exactly on 2 p.m, not about 2 p.m, exactly 2 p.m, and then nighttime's probably going to be kicking from around 7, 8, so we've got about 6 hours in daytime, and then 6 hours in the nighttime. And I think one of our favourite things to talk about as a commentator is nighttime versus daytime driving. We just love throwing that to drivers. Like, what do you guys think? And sometimes we get answers on the opposite end of the spectrum. Sometimes drivers just prefer the nighttime, sometimes they prefer the daytime. I always like the nighttime. You get to see the lights out on the cars, and you get to see a few more mistakes, because not just because it's nighttime, because the drivers are more tired. It's been a long race, and usually we can talk about, oh yeah, the driver will get a sleep beforehand, they'll be well rested. The fact is, they're all awake from the start of the race and until their stint, especially with a 12-hour race, so they are getting a bit more tired, and mistakes can creep in more easily.
The other interesting point as well, which we did mention at the 24 Hour of Le Mans at the end of last season, and that is that with sim racing comes the time zones. I mean, with Axel, for example, being in a completely different time zone, we've got a Brazilian team out there as well who are forward on the clock. I mean, when it comes to that, you could be driving in conditions or in a light level that's not replicating your own. I mean, you know, you've got to get adjusted to that, but I suppose on the grand scheme of things, it could be daytime where you're racing, but absolutely pitch black out on the circuit, and vice versa.
Absolutely, which is why I always like, when I'm racing, close the curtains, become a creature of the night. You know nothing. It's always darkness where you are.
That's not a bad way to go about it. Riding on board then with Damien Scoveron, who's got the fastest lap time in this session in the LMP2 class, as he now makes his way through the Degner curves. You mentioned high risk, high reward in the DPIs, but also the Degner curves pretty much have the same effect. They're slightly banked through the mid part of each corner, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can go flat out through them.
And it's one of those weird cases, and you'll understand this a lot because you, like me, have done a lot of F1, because you go through Degner 1 really, really fast, and then your car setup, your car positioning is just all wrong for Degner 2. And it's the same here in the LMP2 cars, the DPIs, the GT cars. You need to be willing to sacrifice Degner 1 just to make sure your car is well positioned into Degner 2, because you want to be using up all of the track, but sometimes if you just hit the curb at the wrong angle, it can really unsettle the car under braking and cost you time. All about getting the exit right rather than the entry, or at least the exit to Degner 2 better than the entry into Degner 1, if that makes any sense at all.
I think it did. Yeah,
Okay.
sacrifice Degner 1 to get Degner 2 right. It made sense. It made sense. If you need a translator, I'm on the case. Don't worry, I'm doing my best. We shall see how that develops in the evening. Still top of the timing standings then in the hyperclass cars. It's number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity Machine, driven by David Morozek, 43706, currently out on track right now. Riding on board then with the third place driver in the LMP2 class, Darius Andre for the Juices Motorsport Club number 15 car, making its way through 130R. Again, as we mentioned earlier, flat out through. Oh, that was a snap and a half. We did say if the car snaps with it, it's very tough to actually get and recover that. Darius did a phenomenal job there.
He did. I don't know how he kept on the track, because I think he kept his foot planted all the way throughout the entire corner. Now let's see that lap, because he was on par to actually beating his previous best time. So for Darius Andre, as he comes across the line, it's invalidated actually.
Well, yeah, I think he sacrificed, as the drivers would do, he sacrificed the Casio triangle and really took a wide line into the penultimate corner so that he could get the power down and focus on the next lap. So as soon as that happened, as soon as that tail happy moment happened, he just decided to abort the lap. Cyberlink's racing machine has got a yellow flag. It's now cleared. Alexei Zagorodovnev, I will get that name right eventually.
Zagorodnev.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Zagorodnev causing that yellow flag, but has got now back up to speed, as we're seeing then top of the GTE class Zoltan Varkonyi in the number Mugen sim racing car, and a little bit of traffic out there would be a bit of an understatement.
And that's just what you've got when you've got, well, how many cars do we have on the grid? 24. And that's just who have gone out now. There's still more cars to come.
Yes.
It's a lot of cars around a track that is between 1 minute 40 to 2 minutes long, depending on which car you're in. So if you do some I'm talking really quick maths here, you're talking about one car every 6 seconds.
And
less.
My maths isn't good. We know that. Yeah. We know that.
So just trust me on it. We're about one car every 5 seconds, which is not a lot of seconds of the clear space you've got. And while dirty air is not, as big of a thing in these cars as it is in Formula 1 cars, you still sometimes do feel the effect. And also on top of that, it's just a distraction. When you're driving, trying to put in a hot lap, trying to be 100% committed, and knowing that there is another car that, could get in your way in the middle of a corner, it can really throw you off.
It can indeed. And Niels in the YouTube chat there shouting out the 585 Aztec Sim Sports by Volante car. That's the number 585 Audi in the stream. I'm assuming that's going to be Niels Hogeven from the Netherlands himself, cheering on his own team. Well, there was nothing against the rules in that one, so I will of course shout you out then. Tayan Lauer in the chat as well, one of the drivers here, giving a shout out to all of us. Hello Tayan, good to see you watching along. Hopefully you're not driving and watching us. We are a bit of a distraction when it comes to that.
I mean, I still think the best thing we have seen so far was Mugen Sim Racing. Was it Martin Militai or Adam Suresh, who was in the shirt and tie while racing at the Nürburgring to pick up Mugen's first win of the season.
If you're going to do it in style. I rate that.
Yeah.
I really rate that.
I went back and I watched the VOD, and Adam is just there, like, he's looking very professional. He's got, hang on, I'm going to put my top button on to...
Was the shirt ironed? Do you reckon?
Yes. I'm going to go with the yes.
You're going to go with the yes?
Considering how good he looked. Yeah. So he's there, right? And honestly, credit to him, because I'm good. This is semi-flame, but it's also like a positive flame. His setup wasn't even that good. He's on his G29. He's sitting upright, right? He's not even got one of the cool things where he's like leaning down and like racing, like, when it looks really cool. He's there. like sitting really professional, like his mum's watching, saying, right, keep your back straight while you're driving, Adam. And that's what he's doing, and he's laughing the whole time as the rest of his team are telling him the fact that we are looking at him in a shirt and tie. so he's driving laughing, and then at one point he makes a mistake and he gets like all really serious and really focused and concentrated again as he corrects his mistake. So hopefully we see more shirts and ties from Adam Suresh this year.
Yeah, Alex, who's just in the background there working away, saying it was Adam Suresh. His tie was a bit crooked, is what Alex said.
Terrible.
Terrible. Adam, work on that. We want to see that next time around. And well, we've already seen one element of that sort of style of driving from Michi Hoya, taking a sip down the straight, making it look effortless. Trust us, it's not effortless. We tried the test rig here, where Yusuf, you got to be the pace car driver at Le Mans, and nothing went wrong at all with that.
No, that's perfect.
No, it all went perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know why you're even asking. What a weird question. But
bizarre.
we're bizarre. But when you did that, we did get to have a little bit of a try on the rig. We wanted to make some content for it, and it is not easy. These guys put so much hard work, effort, sweat, blood, whatever, into actually perfecting these lap times.
Absolutely. However, I'm going to say one thing in my defence, and this isn't about the crashing into the pit lane, because that didn't happen.
That never happened.
I wasn't in the sim rig when I did that pace car lap. I was outside.
Were you?
Yeah. So it's why I didn't quite have the feeling, not on as good of a wheel and all of that. Yeah. Also, I could hear you guys, and that was kind of distracting me.
Yeah, but of course, as we say, it never happened, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know why you have to make an excuse, because it never happened.
Precisely. It was flawless.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit like Michi Hoya's lap in Q1.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing went wrong whatsoever.
Damien Scovron has improved, as I'm going to drastically change the topic.
I don't know why you'd do that at all.
Because Damien Scovron put in a good time, and I thought we should mention it. He's only 0.3 off David Mrozek. I apologise, David, if I completely botched up your surname.
So do I.
In fact, if I botched it up, I think you should join the Google Meet call, join us for an interview, have a chat at some point, and correct me and tell me how the name should be pronounced.
Yeah, and try not to shout at us.
No, shout at us, that's great content. just come in here screaming.
Yeah, Yusuf's changed his tune on that one. That's good, that's great to hear. Yes, as you said, 43.6 from David Mrozek in the 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. In that hypercar machine, so far 21 laps set by the number 18 machine. There is Roman Senior in the number 33 Team Adrenaline car, third fastest so far with a 46.518, third fastest in class, as he now makes his way through the second Degner back onto the power. So easy to light up the rear tyres, especially if you take too much outside curb there. And then we follow the car through all the way in towards the hairpin. Really good overtaking opportunity, but you really have to be pretty much alongside, and if not, you've got to be really brave on the anchors. Brave might be substituted for a more derogatory word, like silly. I don't know.
I mean, we're going towards that direction, but the hairpin is one of my least favourite corners on this circuit, but it's also one of my favourite as well. The reason why it's my least favourite corner is because it's the slowest corner on the circuit, and finding traction coming out of the hairpin is nigh impossible sometimes, and the amount of short shifts you have to do, and God knows what you've got to tell the guys. It's okay, baby. You've got grip. It's all fine. It's horrible. But on the plus side, if you mess up the corners, there's quite a few different ways you can actually take the corner. You can look for a wide line. You can try to get a late apex. You can try to turn in earlier. So it does leave room for mistakes, which is why I also kind of like it, because, well, I make a lot of mistakes.
Well, yeah, we're all human, Yusuf. We all make mistakes. Po body's perfect. So 43.6 then from David Mrozek in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine, and Damien Scovron in the number 94 Burst Esports Goodart Sunglasses machine. So Burst Esport then, both their entries so far, top of their respective classes. That's not bad going so far, but on the grand scheme of things, of course, we take both of their qualifying lap times from the first session and this session, and we give it an average as Roman Senior goes a little bit onto the grass on the exit of the Dunlop curve. Pretty brave stuff. Normally doesn't go that well if you leave a rear tyre in the in the grass at the Dunlop curve. Doesn't normally end that well.
Now, I want to turn our attention towards a certain Jimmy Nisila, because he has been improving. He went a bit slower in Sector 1, but Sector 2 was quick, so maybe this could be an improvement and to jump him ahead of Damian Skovron. Let's see as he comes across the line.
Let's see indeed as he comes across the line, and it is a 43.968, so I think he comes across the line there, and we'll start a new flying lap, see how he gets on. That's why, because his last lap didn't amount to anything, so he's going to go again. Damian Skovron then, 43.926 is an improvement, which means he further tightens his grip on the fastest lap time in the LMP2 class, so doing a good job there. Of course, we'll get to figure out how this will affect the qualifying lap times later on in the day when we get the calculators out. Someone who's good at maths behind the scenes will work that out for us, because...
What are you trying to say, Kieran?
Well, I'm trying to say I'm no good at maths. I think we figured this out, haven't we?
Yeah, but you said behind the scenes, like you're suggesting that I'm incapable of doing it.
So Damian Skovron then, you can see him making his way up towards the hairpin, making sure a full lock in towards that tight left-hander. Back onto the power he will go then, and making his way now through this 12th corner, through this long right-hander. Seems like it just goes on and on and on. And then finally, there's Spoon Curve. You've got to pretty much prepare the car for it. You've only just turned right and finished turning right before you then have to chuck the car left into double left-hander off Spoon. Back onto the power, going down the hill then, so use that gravity to help you with the momentum out of the corner, and try and make sure you have the straightest and shortest line possible up towards 130R, using plenty of track on the right hand side. Don't clip the grass, clip the curb, kiss it on the inside, and make sure you get a good line then coming in towards this Casio triangle. Ride the bumps here, have your suspension set up very well. Back onto the power you will go then, down through the final corner and onwards then towards the start finish line, leaving the car all the way to the right hand side. And Damian Skovron then across the line does actually have an improvement on that lap too, 43.842. Again, another good lap time in that car, and this is just showing then the confidence is building, the track is improving as well. These times are getting faster and faster and faster.
Absolutely, and he pulls himself, a further 100th away from Jimmy Nisila in the process. Really close between the LMP2 and the hypercar. It's actually throwing me back to it was Nürburgring, where we saw a really good battle. It was between Mugen Sim Racing, Vargas Sim Racing in the LMP2 class, and then Satellite Racing in the DPI class, and the three of them were just nose to tail at the Nürburgring, just battling non-stop, hitting each other and everything. You'd think, let the DPI car go, or I think it was Henry Sinek in the DPI car might have thought, I'll just sit behind, it doesn't matter, I'm still going to win my class. But no, they wanted to get the win on track, and they didn't care if they were the slower class. Absolutely fantastic to see. And maybe we'll be seeing that tomorrow between the 94 and the 64, Moradnis and Burst Esports. Don't forget as well, Burst Esports in the LMP2 class want to battle with the 64 Moradnis Stars car, because, well, Burst have another Burst car over in the DPI class, so the more time that they can take away from Moradnis is even better for the squad. So expect Jimmy Nisila or whoever's in that 94 car not to be holding anything back.
Not at all, and we shall see how it all pans out over that 12 hour. We still have to decide the grid positions for tomorrow's race, and of course if you are joining us along, we will welcome you to it, and we'll see. We haven't arranged you to book the safety car lap, have we?
Not yet.
No.
I will say though, my schedule is currently free.
Okay, well that's convenient, isn't it? So your schedule is free for that.
Yep.
David Mrozek then making his way through the hairpin and riding on board with him, as fighting that wheel then coming out of the hairpin, just making sure you get just extract as much grip as possible out of the machine that's underneath you as he now makes his way through the Spoon Curve. And you see, as you were saying, Yusuf, that we saw earlier on with Damian Skovron on the LMP2 car, how that car was predictable, it was planted, and we're seeing with Mrozek then that it is a little bit skittish, it's a little bit nervous around some of these corners. It needs that driver with just that touch of correction every now and again.
But that's exactly how you have to. Well, okay, not like that. That's going a bit too far. But you have to be on edge, and it's why endurance racing is so fascinating when you go from a qualifying session to a race session, because you cannot drive in the race session like you do in a qualifying session, because you can't be going that 110%, that willing to make mistakes. And sometimes you'll see with certain drivers is that they can't go from the 95% to 105%. 95% is their absolute limit. And I think a good example of that might be the likes of DIS, who don't put a lot of time, a lot of energy into practicing for qualifying, or learning how to find that 105%. But their 95% is really good. So once they get into the race, they perform admirably well. Whereas in the qualifying, you'd look at qualifying results and think, they're not that good.
Well, I'm not going to go out there. I'm not going to put my neck on the line and say that, but I'll leave you to do that. I'll leave you to do that for sure. Darius Andre then making his way now through this S section. Then, very tricky part of the lap for sure. And then I think we were on a replay. Now we're back live as he makes his way out of the Degners. And the S section as well. Really, really just making sure that making sure that the cars are all there pretty much in one piece and taking these curves as much and as best as we can. We've got a yellow flag out in sector 1, and I'm struggling to see who that's going to involve, but of course we'll keep you up to post when we can. I believe as well we have João Barbosa from the Juices Motorsport Club Academy who's able to join with us. João, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can indeed. João, thank you so much for joining with us. And how are you in this second qualifying session? How's it going for the team ahead of the season opener?
I'm resting because Vodja is doing both qualifies. So me and Tony will sit and watch the qualifies. So it's pretty easy for us. Actually, Vodja did a great job in qualifying 1, did the best time on the GTE. Now he's resting a bit because he's an old boy, so he needs to rest a bit. So we'll see in the next minutes if he leaves the pits and do some laps. But I think qualify is doing well for us in the 74. Also, the 15 in the LMP2 did a great first qualify, so I think things are looking good for us. But obviously, most important is the race.
And how are you finding the GTEs around Matsusaka?
Well, I think we have me and Vodja have some experience in VEC, so we know the track well. Me not in this car is the first time that I'm driving the Aston Martin. The main difficult thing is for us is T1 because it's pretty hard to get the turn right, and obviously the traffic in GT3 is not easy for us because there is not a big gap on the pace, and it's pretty hard to pass GT3s on this track, so it's going to be pretty hard on the race on that. But that's not the first race we do, so we have some experience of this, so things are looking good.
And obviously it's the season opener. How's yourself, how's the whole team feeling coming up towards the first event tomorrow?
Well, we finished the last season in high, so we won the last races. So I think we prepared well this first race of the season in both classes. So I think we can have some good result in both cars in this first race. We just need to do our race and focus on our pace, and I'm sure we will be good on the end of the race.
Yusuf, I'll hand over to you.
I'm going to follow up with essentially the same question that I was asking to your fellow competitors in the GTE class of DIS Sim Racing Lab, and ask you, A, what are your expectations for the championship, and B, who do you see as your biggest challenges to that objective?
Well, honestly, we are here to win. No major difference. I know we, like what just said, we want to do some party in Denmark in the last race, so we are here to prepare the whole season and then finish in high in the Le Mans. Obviously, it's not easy said and done, because I think the Mugen car and the Musto are pretty strong. Last year we also fight with Mugen on LMP2 class in the last races. So I think these are the top teams that we are gonna fight. But we will see the other teams because the field is pretty competitive. I think we're gonna have some close races, but as I said, we are here to try to win this championship.
Okay, Joao, final question. Do you have the stream up currently?
Do I have what?
Do you have the YouTube stream up currently?
Oh yeah.
Okay, right. I've got a question then for you, right? So when I came to Denmark, I decided to do something a little bit on the edge, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, on whether you think this was a good decision or a bad decision, because the rest of my commentary team have had mixed opinions. I brought in some green Crocs. Is that a thumbs up or a thumbs down from you?
I think the whole stream needs to see that. Oh,
yeah,
that's very nice.
Yes, got a thumbs up from Joao.
Oh yeah, you bet. I think there are like 30 people on the chat thinking the same, So you better fire your commentary team. Doesn't make sense.
You've let me down with that answer, Zhao, but thank you so much for joining us, and good luck to your team and to you to the rest of the qualifying session tonight and for the race tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys. See you soon.
Thank you to Joao Barbosa from the Juices Motorsport Club Academy. And on that note, I'm going to need a minute to recover from that answer, Yusuf. Yeah. And I think you're going to need a minute to rub it in everybody's faces here in Denmark. So whilst that happens, let's bring you a commercial break.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver,
Welcome back, everyone, to the GTR24H 12 hours of Matsusaka second qualifying session under the lights here. I hope you've recovered from whatever happened earlier on. That's David Mroziek just getting out of shape then in the number 18 Burst Esports Sim Racing. No, it's not him, it's the BMW, my apologies. Just getting all out of shape there coming through, but manages to just about recover with a little bit of rallycross. I hope we've all recovered from those crocs. I just about have. Just about.
Don't worry, the alligators are coming out next.
I don't know what you're talking about. I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
Now, during the break, I realised something, and I am going to have to be honest with you, Kieran. I'm a little disappointed in you. Now, before the broadcast, I thought it'd be fun to do something a little bit different for this year's EEWC, and everyone over who is watching can get involved too, and you can let us know on Twitter using the hashtag EEWC. So, essentially what happened before the broadcast is I decided it'd be fun if the commentators made predictions on what they thought the standings would be at the end of the season. And this was before we had seen any form of racing. This was before practice. This was just when we had seen the entry list. Now, Kieran has been a very bad boy, and he hasn't done his predictions. So, Kieran, you're going to be doing yours now, live on broadcast. And we're going to start with the DPI class. I want to know your first to sixth.
First to sixth?
Yeah, first to sixth.
This has just put me on the spot.
That is entirely the purpose of this exercise.
I don't like this exercise then. I really don't. But if you're going to put me on the spot, I am going to say I am excited by the number 18, the Burst Esports Simplexity machine. They have got, a plethora of drivers who can really make the difference. Jesper Pedersen, Jerne Simoncic, Michi Hoyer, David Mroziek, all drivers who can make a difference, all drivers that are, within tenth of a second of each other. They're going to get wins this season. We were talking actually on the way from the airport to the studio here how you could actually have the fastest drivers, but if you're not consistent, that means nothing, because if you're not consistent, you're either on the grass, you're making mistakes, you're in the wall. A plethora of errors can happen there. But I feel like with the Burst Esports Simplexity team, they've got a healthy dose of both. They've got the pace and they've got the consistency too.
They've got a healthy dose of both, but I don't have a healthy dose of commentators' predictions. So enough waffling and more predictions.
Oh no, there's a distraction there. Damien Scrovron then going just a bit wayward on the second part of the Degner curves, manages to gather that one back up and head on the way. I am going to say then it's going to be number 18, Burst Esports Simplexity. I reckon they've got enough talent and enough consistency to get it over the line. Muradnes E-Stars, again, Henry Sinek there. He's a very talented driver alongside Jimmy Nisela, James Zuba and Lorenzo de Chutlis. I reckon they're going to be runners-up. I'm liking the Sem 9 Axel. I think they've shown improvement as well, especially as the seasons have gone by. Would they get top 3 against Unison? Tough to say. I think I'm going to put Unison ahead, but it's not by much against Axel. And I think Viducton, just making sure that they get that experience there. Oh, there's a bit of an incident going on there, coming in towards the Casio Triangle. Involved in that, the number 94 of Damien Scovron there, and the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine. We've also got a car on the just reversing into the garage. I wondered why there was a car sprayed across the pit lane exit, but it's all kicking off here whilst I'm making these predictions as Skovron once again runs a little bit deep going through the first corner. Yes, drivers, keep this up. Keep me from delaying these predictions. I've been well and truly run over by this bus.
Well, Inigo's trying to help your case because he's just put in a new personal best, a 44.1 from SEM9 Axel, and that is 0.3 off Damian Skovron. So, not looking like it's going to be enough to take pole for Inigo Anton. He needs to find, well, another 0.4 or so. However, it is looking good for AP2 and the start on the front row as well for SEM9 Axel.
Definitely. As Jerne Simoncic has taken over the number 18 machine, the Burst Esports Simplexity car, making its way out of Spoon Curve. Going for the LMP2 class. Now, unfortunately, we're missing E-Team Brit this time around.
Yep.
And missing around is critical as we've got a car stopped on the run up towards 130R. Not an ideal place for a car to be stopped, but that's by the by. Having a look at LMP2, Satellite, obviously they've got a wealth of talent out there, but I'm liking Burst Esport. They have really, to pardon the pun, burst onto the scene. Damien Skovron putting in some really good lap times there. They're looking pretty good. Juices Motorsport and Axel could give them a run for their money. So it all really depends on that one. I'm looking forward to getting well and truly stuck into that.
Okay. So what are your hard numbers then between those three? Yeah.
I think between all of those, I think it's going to be Burst Esports, Got Our Sunglasses, who will take the top spot.
Yep.
I think Satellite will be second place. But then again, I've just seen Cyberlink.
Yeah.
And they are, they put in some good lap times previously. In the nighttime session, they're a bit further down the order. Nevertheless, one to keep an eye on. I think Burst Esports, Satellite Racing, and I think Juices Motorsport.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go for. That's my top three for LMP2.
That's your top three. I'll get the rest off you after the broadcast.
Yes.
Should we head down to GTE?
Yeah, let's head down to GTE. And 9 cars here. And boy, where to start with this one? Big names, teams and drivers coming into the GTE class. Where to begin is probably going to be Satellite Racing and Unison Racing. Both of them had a bit of a rivalry last season. Sim Racing Lab as well, and the number 45 car also heading a strong field. We heard from Andy Kirsten earlier on in tonight's qualifying session. Looking through, I am liking what I see. We
can't forget as well the 53 back-to-back GT champions too.
Yes, absolutely. So they're going to be a mission to stop this season. And what we saw last season as well was those the sister Musto cars working together, if you like, especially at Le Mans. We knew it was going to happen, and it happened. We called it. We knew it was going to happen. So I think they will work together. It's which of the cars gets off the line first, and which one of them round about the halfway point, when we head to the likes of Sebring and when we head to the likes of Spa-Francorchamps, how is it all going to go? I'm going to interrupt myself because we've got the number 27 MCM Motorsport car coming out of Spoon Curve. Almost caught it, went flat out because he was in doubt, but unfortunately he's found the barrier there. So I think it's going to be a Musto car, but I can't really put a pin in whether it's going to be 53 or 54. Based on the fact of numbers, I'm going to go 53.
Yeah.
I think the 53 car is going to be the top dog. And then I think, Juices Motorsport Club, they also had a good run last season, and I think they're going to bring that forward. The Academy is going to have a shot at that. I think Satellite, I'm going to put my neck on the line and probably say Satellite will finish second.
Not Juices.
Not Juices, because I think Juices will finish third. Because I think with Musto, whichever car gets off to Spa-Francorchamps, because the first 24-hour race, that's the car that will be prioritised, no matter what.
Okay.
So I think that's why there's going to be a stark difference between the two.
I'm not going to let you change those now, but up until this point, the highest prediction we had for Satellite Racing between myself, Alex and Chris was 5th. We had a 5th, a 6th and a 7th. So you are really sticking your neck out. If it works, you look like a genius.
I am. You know what? I make a living off of making rash decisions that normally don't turn out well. But you didn't hear that from me.
Caster cursing them.
Yeah, classic curse the commentator. You see, it'll all fall apart now. Not just for me.
Can we get a 4th and a 5th in the
no,
GT
you
class?
cannot.
No, okay, fine. Okay, moving on.
You've already got this blood out of the stone, and coming into GT3. Looking at it, Volante, Glam Racing looking to pick up where they left off last season, both having strong seasons. Mugen Sim Racing also the likes of Christopher Kianek, Gabor Hevesi, Adam Surej, hopefully with a tie this season. I want to see that this time around. Do it for me, Adam. Do it for me. But I think I might let
Jacket as well.
But I think I might let the tie get the better of me in terms of wanting to see the team do well, rather than saying, that they will do well. I think Volante, they've got the likes of Niels, Hergeveen, Magic, Kasprish, LCO Neto. I'm going to put them top.
You're putting them top first?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean...
So, Mugen second?
Mugen second, and I think Glam Racing third.
And Glam Racing third.
I think so. Look, what's the point of towing the line?
If you're not going to jump it.
Bold predictions are the way forward.
Bold predictions are the way forward. You're the only one of us who didn't say that Mugen are going to win the GT3 championship.
I just think, what's the point of saying what's the point of all of us saying Mugen will win it?
Because it shows unity.
We don't do unity here, Yusuf. You've thrown me under the bus. We don't show unity here. You've clearly shown this. You're wearing Crocs. We don't do unity here.
I mean, you could have brought Crocs as well.
No. What? No. That's just
They're
the
like
wrong
a
answer.
fiver in Sports Direct.
No. Anyway, we're slightly off topic now.
Yeah, okay. Should we go back to the racing? Because we are getting close. We can come back to the predictions later. Also, people in the YouTube chat, you can let us know about our predictions. We'll put out a tweet at some point showing all of our predictions. It will happen. I will ensure it. Kieran, if your predictions aren't there, you're just going to look bad on the Twitter page.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, look, I will have a second thought, and I will get this to you. I'm going to have a sleepless night, just working through, racking my brain, because my plan was, before I was thrown under the bus, was to see how the first qualifying session went. And now I can't do that.
Well, we've seen how the first half, not the first qualifying session, this is the second qualifying session.
The first half of it, we were flying, we were in the air for.
No, the qualifying session started when we were driving here.
No,
I mean, to be fair, John was flying, but...
Yeah, he was.
Safely.
Flying safely.
Yeah.
It's always an important thing. Looking at the standings, Jone Simončić having taken over the car, putting in some lap times here. Still the best of a 43.660 from the car, from that Burst Esports Simplexity machine. Damian Skovron then still in that car and making his way into the pit lane, top of the LMP2 class, making his way into the pit box, no doubt to put on a fresh set of tyres. Maybe another driver in, because it has been Damian behind that car for the entirety of this second session. Doesn't have to change driver, of course, but he has been in the car for a while and setting fast lap time after fast lap time on race fuel, on tyres that you're just trying to burn through to make sure you get the fastest lap possible. Fatigue can set in quite quickly if you're not careful.
And I think we've been seeing from most of the teams just sticking with one driver over qualifying. I mean, the benefit with qualifying is if they do feel like they need to grab a quick break, I don't know, whether they want to nip to the toilet, go to the kitchen, grab a quick snack, they can do that. Head into the pits, grab your break, then you can head back out. I mean, even if you want to in that break, you can let one of your other drivers go out, but it does seem that the teams are just keeping each qualifying session for one specific driver. Most of the teams actually switching between drivers between the two sessions, giving two of their quickest drivers a chance to essentially show how fast they can go. Maybe as we get further and further into the seasons, it will become a bit more set and the teams will decide, okay, this is our qualifying driver, we'll put him out in both sessions, or they'll have two specific qualifying drivers that they'll alternate the sessions between.
Absolutely. Well, I'm just seeing here GTE, Zoltan Vakonyi, currently setting one of the fastest lap times in the session so far in the GTEs, but of course we've got to add them together and take an average of the two lap times. 55.428 fastest lap time from the 67 racing machine. And, Wojciech Polesny, 0.044 seconds separates the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car and the 74 Juices Motorsports Club car. We've got Viaducton, who have just brought out a yellow flag out there, somewhere out on circuit. I believe that's at the Dunlop curve. If we can get that machine on the screen.
I like that, machine on the screen.
Yeah, let's see what happened there. They've got themselves back going again, but yeah, that was a frightful moment for them, but they're back up underway at the wheel of that one.
Varkonyi has gone purple in Sector 1,
Wow.
or green in Sector 1.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
So, you know what, we've got the off-board camera. Let's switch that to the cheeky little onboard camera, shall we?
Why not? Why not?
Okay, so here we go then, through 200R and up towards Spoon Corner. You're going to jump on the brakes just after 100 meters. You can get a feel that the back end stepping out slightly. You don't want to let the car out too wide through the first part of Spoon, otherwise you won't be able to pull it back in for the second part. As we head down the hill now, and we'll take a quick look at what his middle sector time was. It was a 50.9. That's his current best for Zoltan Varkonyi as he makes his way towards 130R. And what is it? It's a 50.8, but he runs wide. And that is his lap done and dusted.
It is indeed, as the Viaducton car then comes across the line to start a brand new flying lap as they head now down towards the first corner. Yellow flag out then for the 67 car. Somewhere out on
That's
track.
Varkonyi through the Casio triangle. He's trying to get back to the pit safely.
Yeah, there he is then, making his way back into the pit lane. So maybe a change of tyres will be needed after that little off-track excursion. But at the moment, just the blush is spared. Then still topping the timing sheet in this qualifying session will, of course, bring you up to speed with how the grid looks for tomorrow's race when we add up the average lap times. And I'm looking just at some of these lap times. We're riding aboard then with Tejan Lauer as he now makes his way through in towards the first Degner and then in towards the second Degner. Huge chunk of curb through the first Degner and then almost just onto the grass then. Tejan Lauer really trying to push that number 77 Team Iris machine now in towards the hairpin. Back onto the power he will go. There you can see then on the left hand side, you can see sort of a sense of calm for Tejan Lauer at the moment as he makes his way through. Maybe that's probably
he's
why.
on an outlap.
Well, he's adjusting some settings, something to his his right hand side he was adjusting there, and just almost brushed the grass again. So slightly distracted, but just trying to make sure everything's spot on for the lap upcoming.
Yeah, I think Damian Skofron is on a lap as well. He's gone a little bit slow in Sector 2, so I don't think he's going to improve. His first sector was actually very quick, a slight improvement. And again, between your top 4 drivers, you're talking about half a second. Your top 2 drivers within a tenth of a second of each other. It's very close, and that's including the DPIs and the LMP2s. And still 38 minutes to go. The track getting faster, and we're still expecting the times to quicken.
We are indeed, and we see just what's going on then with Jerne Simoncic as he slowly creeps his way through. Tejan Lauer, meanwhile, on full attack now on this lap, making his way then through the S's then, and it's always just going down a gear whenever you need to, down to third gear for the left-hander and then down to second for the right before you make your way towards the Dunlop curve with the Ferris wheel to your right-hand side. No time to look at that as you make your way back onto the power, climbing now through the Dunlop curve and onwards then towards the Degner curves. The first one comes at you very quickly then, and just gathering that up on the exit of Degner 1 through the second Degner and under the bridge as we climb towards the hairpin now. Plenty of track on the left-hand side. Careful not to clip the curb. You don't want to end up a la Daniel Kvyat all those years ago. Back onto the power then, out of the hairpin and through the long right-hander through 200R, and just making sure that you keep the steering as light as possible through here. You don't want to scrub off too much speed before you head towards the spoon curve through this double left-hander. First the wrench of the wheel to the left, then the second one. Wait for the front end to bite. Once it does, plant that right foot on the floor and don't look back towards 130R. Building up the speed then, using that descent to help the acceleration, climbing over the slight crest and in towards 130R. Plenty of track on the right hand side, kiss the curb on the left hand side as we make our way now towards the Casio Triangle, the final harsh braking point on the circuit, and those curbs are ready to catch you out if you don't treat them with respect. Back onto the power, through the final corner, downhill as you go, and towards the line for Taeyeon Lauer. He crosses the line, still 5th fastest in class, but a quite tidy lap from Taeyeon Lauer, aggressive through the Degners as well.
Yeah, but you could see from turn lower, I really loved because we could see his face, and every now and then he'll go through a corner and you could see his eyes glance up looking at the delta to see what it was, and every now and then you'd see like a little sigh as he'd realised that he had lost a bit of time. He did improve on the lap, but judging from those facial expressions, I think there's a bit more time. Now, between Nello Pastorino in the 164 satellite racing car, Darius Andre and turn lower, we're talking about a whopping 28 thousandths of a second separating them. This is the battle for third in class, and Darius Andre is on a lap, and is he improving? I think he is, so this is going to be tight for Darius Andre, and I might even see him jumping up into P3.
We'll have a look.
Oh, see. Never mind, he's in the pits.
No, he is in the pits.
He's aborted it.
He has indeed, as we see what happened earlier on between Polesny, and that's the Viaducton machine coming out of 130R.
That's bizarre, because that's the GT car hitting the back of the hypercar. So that means that the hypercar is on a cool down lap, and Wojtek Polesny thought that the Viaducton car was going to move out of the way.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like, wasn't it? It really was, and it's just sort of tripped up over each other, and unfortunately has caused that little bit of an incident going through. Mugen, I think, have just gone the quickest in the GTE class, as far as I can see. Yeah, at 67.55.428 is the fastest lap time in the GTE class, ahead of Juice's Motorsport Club with a 55.472. So that is still looking pretty tight, as always. Then, as Vakonyi making his way now through this S section. And, well, coming in towards the last few minutes of this session, really looking forward to seeing how it can all play out. Of course, we've got the averages to bear in mind, so if you're fastest in your class in this session, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll start top of your session, or if you're of your class, I should say, come the race. But, you know, every lap matters from now on.
Yeah. Jimmy Nissel in the garage was actually on a quick lap before he aborted it. Now, I've got a question for you, Kieran.
You're not going to throw me under the bus.
I'm not going to throw you under the bus. It is like a hot question, but it's not a throw you under the bus question, because I'm throwing myself under the bus with this as well.
So you are throwing me under the bus, but you're just throwing yourself under as well.
It's a very light bus, so it doesn't hurt.
Alright.
Okay. I like to do this before every season. What do you think is going to be the class to watch this year?
I think it's very easy to just say all of them, but I know that's not a cop-out answer, and I know Chris Buxton would call me a coward, as he did Alex Goldschmidt.
I'll call you a coward as well.
Yeah, you can do it, but Chris Buxton has that verbatim of disappointment rather than anything else, so that's why it hurts more.
Is it the disappointed dad sound?
Yeah, I think so. But the 9-car class of the GTEs, there are big names, teams and drivers. For me, that's my answer.
And I agree with you, because I do this every year. I look at the classes and I say, it's GTE. Last year it turned out to not be GTE, and it turned out to be the LMP2 class. And I was thinking before the show, I was thinking, okay, it's going to be LMP2, I'm going to say LMP2. Now I get in, I'm looking at Deuces, Mugen, both of the Musto cars. It's so hard not to say it's going to be the GTE class as a class to look out for once again. I'm sure our fellow commentators, Alex Goldschmidt and Chris Buxton, will probably be in the WhatsApp chat as well to give us their thoughts on it.
I'm sure they will. I am sure they will be. Jene Simoncic then on a flying lap as he now makes his way towards the end of Sector 2, as he makes his way through in towards 130R. His car is planted there, and, well, he could be on to a flying lap. Slightly down in Sector 1, but brought that time back through Sector 2. And as he makes his way towards the start-finish line, is this going to be an improvement for Simoncic in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity Racing Machine? It is going to be an improvement, a 43.539 from Simoncic, and that's a faster lap time for the number 18 machine.
And it's just what we're seeing from Burst Esports. They're finding the pace. Now, there has been a change in the GTE class. Zoltan Varkoni ahead of Wojtek Polesny, and the gap between the pair of them is not even 0.05 of a second. The gap between the two of them in qualifying 1, Deuces led Mugen by just under 0.2 of a second. So as things stand, Mugen are set, or pardon me, Deuces Motorsport are set for pole ahead of Mugen, but that could still change. Very tight currently in the GTE field.
Definitely. As we head towards the closing stages of this qualifying session, that can only mean one thing. For a commercial break, when we come back, less than half an hour to go to see who can grab the fastest lap time in this session and who can grab pole overall when we put those 2 lap times together. Join us in a couple of moments' time for the final half hour.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
"28 minutes remaining in the nighttime qualifying session here for the GTR24H EEWC season opener at the 12 Hours of Matsusaka. Joining us for this last half an hour, it's getting pretty close out there. Jimmy Nisela in the 64 Muradnes E-Stars car, 43.577, has just put that car second fastest in this session. And Yusuf, we were talking during that commercial break how now the top 3 overall, which are the 2 hypercars, the Burst Esports Simplexity, Muradnes E-Starts, and the LMP2 car of the 94 Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses team. I mean, there's 2 tenths between them all.
It's so close. It is ridiculous, and I'm so excited to see what's going to happen in the race, because the one thing to remember is that the LMP2, the fuel tank on the LMP2s, it goes that little bit further than the hypercars. So even if it is a little bit slower in terms of power, it's quicker when it comes down to just chassis grip. And they get to go that little bit further as well. So in terms of a race, I actually think the 94 of Burst Esports might win this one.
Ooh, we'll have to wait and see. Riding aboard then with the number 1179 Axle machine of Alistair Young as he now makes his way towards the Dunlop curve. Riding aboard with him, you can see just above us. Hello, Alistair. Driving away, going through the Dunlop curve and onwards then towards the first Degna. Chucking the car in and hoping it sticks. That seems to be a common theme, chucking the car into the first Degna and just hoping you've got enough grip on the other side.
See, I like to say there's a bit more than hope. That I think he's done enough testing of the throw it in and hope it sticks that he now knows that it's going to stick.
So it's throw it in and know it sticks.
Exactly.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That does make sense. There is a method to the madness, Yusuf.
Sometimes it doesn't I was going to say it doesn't stink, but sometimes it doesn't stick.
Yeah, sometimes it does stink, though, especially if we try.
Ooh.
And that's Alistair Young then getting a little bit out of shape coming in towards the second part of the spoon curve. But makes his way back on. Currently third in class at the moment. And, we've been talking, especially with us on this nighttime qualifying session, about the differences between these cars, especially the LMP2s and the hypercars. I mean, what the hypercar makes up for in the straight line speed, it is nervous through the corners. You do have to be a lot more confident not only in yourself but in the setup as well, because the car is nervous through some mid-speed corners.
You know who isn't nervous? Yone Simonchik. He's just gone even quicker. So we were talking about how it was close, and Yone was like, "Nah, guys, it's not close. I got this one covered." That's 3/10 between myself and Jimmy Nisela.
He has. It's a 43.239 then from Yone Simonchik as he now makes his way onwards then towards the Casio Triangle. No doubt to have another go. Just under 25 minutes left of this session then as Simonchik comes back into the pit lane. 43.239. Yusuf, are we going to see another 42 by the end of this one?
No. Oh, wait, it's Yone.
It is Yone Simonchik.
Oh.
You didn't factor that point in.
See, usually, and by the way, Mitchie, feel free to blame me for this one, I'd rank Yone above Mitchie. So...
Mitchie, well...
I'm going to say yes, I believe that Yone can do it. I'm sorry, Mitch.
Well, I'll have to wait and see. I'm glad it's your neck's being stuck on the line and not mine.
It's what I love to do. It's you wind up drivers.
Well, then again, they talk to you, but just not in the way you want them to.
Yeah.
I guess. Robert Pohl then making his way in the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car, and there's Tayan Lauer in the number 77 Team Iris Machine as he now makes his way on towards the hairpin. And of course, talking to Andy Kirsten earlier on, the preparation for day and night, the difference between the two qualifying sessions, mainly due to picking out your braking points, which, in the daytime, a bit easier to do than in the night, because, you've only really got that very, well, when you talk about how much you can actually see out of these cars, it's not a lot. And then you add the headlights to the mix. Oh, that's Nello Pastorino losing that back end. Fair play to you, Nello. Well caught. That 164 satellite machine was going around until Nello Pastorino basically stepped in.
That's also Nello Pastorino jumping up to second in the LMP2 cars because he was behind Inigo Anton before.
That's Jimmy Nisler having a moment coming out of the first Degna curve. They are absolutely throwing these cars and they're just showing no remorse. The cars are barely hanging on by a thread. It's great to watch.
You love seeing these LMP2 cars going around. They've got so much grip and they've got so much power as well. It's what we talked about, the cars needing to be on the absolute limit, and so often you'll see a lap that looks fast, it looks smooth, but it's not on edge, and that's exactly what these cars need to be doing. They need to be constantly on edge. And when you watch drivers, for me, it's looking at the likes of Henry Sinek, but now we've got the likes of Jimmy Nisler, we've got Michi Hoyer, we've got so many other quick drivers in the DPI class as well. We get to see so much more of that on-edge driving.
Speaking of Jimmy Nisler then, making his way through the second sector, slightly off in that second sector, meaning that he is currently 1.4 off his own best so far. Back onto the power he will go. This can only mean one thing. Yep, he's coming into the pit lane, no doubt. A fresh set of tyres as he locks the rears coming into the pit lane, then showing no fear whatsoever. Jene Simoncic also slow in the middle sector and the first sector as well, so just maybe either warming up or warming down the lap. Still, that 43.2 is the best lap time of this nighttime session. We have seen Michi Hoyer go quicker, but let's be fair, this is two different conditions we're seeing here. One was in the daytime, one's at nighttime. You're bound to see a difference in lap times, but I mean, the question on our minds, and I'm sure the question on your minds as well, watch along at home, will we break into the 142s for the second time tonight?
I think, to answer that question, the best thing we can do right now is jump on board with Jene Simoncic, who has gone purple in Sector 1.
Well, he has indeed. So let's see what we can do then. Jene Simoncic currently at the hairpin as he now makes his way back onto the power, and onwards he will go through 200R, this long right-hander, just keeping an eye then, because the second sector line is very late on in the lap. It's just before you turn in for 130R, so it's very late on in the lap, which means it's a very short Sector 3. He now makes his way through Spoon Curve, back onto the power he will go, and onwards, upwards towards 130R. One eye looking at him out on track, the other eye looking at his sector time. It will come up very shortly.
It's identical.
Yeah, it's identical. It's almost identical. But he now gets the brakes on, puts the anchors on through the final couple of corners, and onwards he will go then. Is this going to be a new fast lap? No, he's backed out. He's backed out.
I don't know if you caught that, Kieran, but under the braking into the Castillo Triangle, the rear end was squirreling as he jumped on the brakes. It was like watching Marc Marquez on a MotoGP bike with his rear end just wiggling around.
Fantastic to see. So we should probably bring you up to speed with 20 minutes on the clock with how everything is shaping up. In the hypercars, it's Jene Simoncic in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car with a 143.239. Jimmy Nissola in the 64 Miradnes E-Starts car with the 43.5. Then it's the number 11 Sem9 Axle Machine 44.864. Team Adrenaline in the 33 with a 145.340. Unison Racing in 17, 145.344. And Team Viducton in the number 1 car, 46.540. So pretty good looking for the hypercars. Yusuf, take us through LMP2.
Yeah, here we go. LMP2, this is where the spiciness kicks. Well, to be honest, it's all spicy, but it is Damian Skovron in the 94 Burst Esports car that leads the way by 4 tenths over the 164 Satellite Racing car being piloted by Nello Pastorino. Then it is a further 25 thousandths of a second. Wow, such a big gap. What are these guys up to? Inigo Anton in the 7.9 Axel car. Then you've got turn lower for Team Iris, the captain and team manager for Team Iris as well. Then Robert Pawn for the 15 Deuces Motorsport Club. That's going to be a fascinating battle in the LMP2 between Team Iris and Deuces, because don't forget, turn lower, a former Deuces driver. What's the term when someone leaves? De facto, no. There is a term. My English is terrible and I can't think of it.
And I'm afraid I can't help at the moment.
Yeah.
But I will say, looking at it, the top 5 cars in your LMP2 class separated by just over 3/4 of a second.
You love to see it.
That's absolutely brilliant. So let's bring you to the GTEs then. It's the number 74 Juices Motorsports Club machine with a 155.157, 67 of Mugen Sim Racing with a 55.278. 54 of Musto Pescara with a 55.731 in third. Then in fourth place, it's the number 53, the sister car, the Musto Pescara 53 machine with a 156.127. Then in fifth place, number 717 Unison Racing Machine 56.459. Then it's the 27 car in sixth place, the MCM Motorsport Machine on a 156.667. Then in 7th place, the 166 ID SimSport Machine with a 156.708. And 8th in class, the DIS Sim Racing Lab 156.877, taking us through the GTE class. And again, top 4 cars covered by just under 1 second. All 8 cars separated by less than 2 seconds overall. Pretty close field for, both of our class to watch.
Well, the other really cool thing as well with the class is that we're talking about 3 different cars as well. The Mazda Pescara cars in the Porsche 911 RSR GTE, Mugen Sim Racing in the BMW M8, Deuces in the Aston Martin AMR Vantage. So it's going to be really exciting to see how these cars all match out in a race, because sometimes it's a case of slightly better top speed or a little bit more power. Other times it's the car can go a bit further on a tank of fuel, and how far you can go on a tank of fuel is a huge factor when it comes to endurance racing.
It is indeed. And Yusuf, take us through, round us off with the GT3 standings.
Yeah, well, Mugen Sim Racing looking like a GTE car right now with a pace that they are showing. Christopher Kianik flying a 56.5, their best time. In second, it's Lee Russell for Glam Racing. In fact, he's just improved. Still second though, but a 56.8 now, only 0.3 shy of that Mugen time. However, will it be enough to take second overall? Because in Q1, Glam Racing were a few tenths off Volante, and currently Volante, that is Massey Cashbrich, I think, is the best I'm going to get to pronouncing the name, a 57.3. So he's actually 0.5 off at that Glam Racing time. So at the moment, it's looking like Glam Racing will be taking P2 overall. In P4 in the GT3 class right now is Carl Lukagor in the 777 DSR car, a 57.5 for him, 0.2 off the Volante Racing by Aztec Sim Sport lap in Q2. Then in P5 is Lucas Vella for CKR, then Gert Nielsen for Teleforeningen, and then the B32 racing car in 7th.
So there you have it so far then, class by class, how it is all looking. And, well, Jerne Simoncic still behind the wheel of the number 18 Burst SimSport E-Plexity machine. Yellow flag somewhere out in Sector 2, which is quickly now being replaced with a green flag, and then instantly a yellow flag once again. So it's a couple of drivers maybe getting it slightly out of shape. Then again, could be drivers just jumping out of the way of the car behind. Never rule that one out. Normally is the reason why it's such a quick yellow flag. Jimmy Nisler was going quicker through the second sector, but I think overall he was still slightly slower, and then decided to abandon the lap and come back into the pits. Damien Skovron then, 43.734, has improved to take his class's time into the 43s and looking to try and go even further than that. He has been putting on a really good display in that 94 Burst eSport Godard sunglasses machine.
Okay, I'm going to have to be honest.
Don't throw me under the bus again.
Why are we calling them sunglasses? I missed the part where the in-joke was revealed.
Yeah, well,
I'm guessing they wore sunglasses at some point.
Well, we're going to just leave you in the dark again.
Well, thank you.
That's it. That's just what we'll do. That's what we do here. You know, ever since the Crocs, ever since it won the YouTube poll, 66%.
10 to 5.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's the most famous scoreline since Brazil's domination by Germany in the World Cup semi-finals.
How did you all side with Yusuf? Well, okay, not all of you. Majority.
Yeah.
Vast majority.
Because they're cool. Crocs are great. They're really... See, right now, your feet are in shoes. Uncomfortable, sweating. My feet are lovely. Are
you trying to sales pitch me a pair of Crocs?
Yeah.
No.
I've had these Crocs since 2015, since I started uni. They've lasted me the entire time. They're beautiful, beautiful.
Well, look, it's not going to work. This pitch is not going to work.
You say that. Come next round, you're gonna be loving them. Have you ever seen How I Met Your Mother? Actually, Kieran.
I'm not wearing Crocs.
No, but have you seen How I Met Your Mother?
Yeah, but I'm not.
You know how Marshall does a whole sales pitch on Barney of wearing a nightie.
Right.
That's gonna be you. You're gonna be turning up for the next round, and you're gonna be wearing Crocs. Pink Crocs.
I will do no such thing. No such thing. Absolutely.
You heard it here first. No. That's Jerne.
It is on a journey to try and get himself even further onto the 142s. And, well, Yusuf originally said no and then realised it's Jerne Simoncic. So let's see how he goes then, coming into the closing stages of this second qualifying session of the night. And the last qualifying session, of course, we add the best times together and see what we get as an average. See where they put them on the grid for tomorrow's race. Here he comes then towards 130R. Just having a look at the lap times here. He is on a flying lap right now, coming through 130R. And, well, looking at it, hard to say at the moment if he's happy with this lap so far. He's deep in concentration. The last 2 or 3 times, he's just come straight back into the pits, and that's exactly what he's doing again. Yeah, he was 3 seconds off through the second sector, so definitely a little bit of a mistake there. A wry smile for Jerne Sibincic, because it's about the 4th time in a row he's come back into the pits to put on a fresh set of tyres, get some fuel on board. He's in good spirits, but he knows there's the time to find there. He knows it's there.
Oh, I'm trying to work. Should we play guess what the team manager or the engineer is telling Jerne to make him laugh?
Go on.
Good job, Jerne. You lost 3 seconds in sector 2.
I think he knows. I think that when
maybe that's why he's smiling.
Maybe. Well, when 3 seconds comes around, you sort of know as a driver. If it's a couple of tenths here or there, you're thinking, yeah, I know. I think I can pinpoint where I went wrong on that lap. When it's 3 seconds, I think you can pretty much.
I think I know what the team engineer is saying.
Oh, go on.
What made him laugh? He's saying, "Oh, the commentators are looking at you. They're saying you look really cute." I think that'd get a laugh from Jerne.
It's about out of context, isn't it?
Well, it'd get a laugh, wouldn't it?
It's just uncalled for.
No, but this is just like what would make Jerne Sibincic laugh while finishing a lap.
I don't know.
I want suggestions in the YouTube chat. What do you think was being told to Jerne to get him to laugh?
Well, best answers wins. I don't know. I can't say a cookie because I don't even.
I'll give you a shout out on Twitter.
There you go.
Just tell me what your Twitter is.
What a prize! What a prize!
I know.
You get shouted out on Twitter.
To my 400 followers, it's
a tempting
incredible
prospect. Get your best answers in. Let's see what we get. Jimmy Nisler still in the pit lane at the moment. So too is Damien Scoffrod for the 64 Maradnes E-Stars and the 94 Burst E-Sport machines, respectively, still in the pit lane. Nello Pastorino is currently out on track in the 164 as well, so keep an eye on him as well. We'll try and do our best off that one. He's currently making his way through 200R. Meanwhile, then Jerne Sibincic trying to wind up this lap. Probably another good luck message from his engineer with 10 minutes on the clock as he makes his way now down in towards the Casio triangle. And the rear brakes almost snapping there. You can just see the nervousness of the car going through the Casio triangle, back onto the power and onto the start-finish straight. And you can see there that steely concentration is back. He knows now he's on a flying lap.
Yeah, and let's see how turn 1 goes. You can see him just turning in so early, down into 3rd gear. The front end understeering, but Jerne still keeps the power and he knows that the front end will stick into the S's. And this is all about being fast and flowing. When Sebastian Vettel asked Michael Schumacher, "Yo, Michael," and he said it exactly like that, "How do you go fast through the S's?" Michael turned to him and said, "I've got no idea. I just drive it." And that's how you have to do these S's into the Dunlop corner. You just got to feel the car and let the car decide where you go. Unless that's into a barriers. You don't want to be going there. Down into Degner 1. So much speed being carried. Drops it down into 2nd gear through Degner 2. The rear end stepping out, trying to squirrel around, but Jerne masterfully keeping it under control as we head down into the hairpin, down into 1st gear. Look at the wheel rotation. He gets onto that car. Back on the power through 200R, just spoon 130R, and the Casio triangle remaining.
The Casio triangle and obviously spoon curve as well as he now makes his way on towards this double left-hander. Again, steely nerves needed going through the rest of this lap. Back onto the power, down the hill he'll go, and now all set, all focus will now be on 130R. 5 thousandths of a second off the pace that he set in the 1st sector. 5 thousandths. Incredible consistency so far as he makes his way through, slightly off again through sector 2, and that rear end is gone, going through in towards the Casio triangle. He tries to hang on, he's not hanging on to that one this time, and once again that attack through the Casio triangle has not worked. The rear got all out of shape as he locked the brakes, and once again he has to do it all over again. The preparation, the out lap, the flying lap, and with the amount of time that's on the clock, 8 minutes left, he's got a chance for 2 more, but they've got to be flat out, if anything.
He's just going out one after another into the pits, right on back out. He's putting on probably just enough fuel to do that one hot lap. For a second I thought that was a tactic through the Casio triangle. You get a tank slapper to get the car rotated for the second part of the corner, but when you're sliding around, it tends to not be the quickest way around a corner. Is anyone else on a quick lap yes, Robert Pawn is actually on a decent lap for the LMP2 Deuces car.
Indeed he is, and Jimmy Nussler out on track, now on a flying lap, and we'll have to wait and see how he gets on. That 43.5 is good enough for second place in this session, and of course all eyes will be focusing on what their average lap time will be. The maths will be done on that one, and we'll see who will be starting on that elusive pole position. Again, chucking that car through the first Degner, and knowing that the car underneath you will remain, it's quite an astonishing sight to see. In towards the hairpin we will go now, and back onto the power. And Robert Palm there in the number 15 Juices Motorsports Club car, 5th place in those LMP2 machines, and set his own personal best through Sector 1, slightly down through Sector 2, but if he can try and just get a couple more tenths...
I think the timing's actually trolling us. I think he's on an outlap up, actually. So I gave you the wrong information there, Kieran. That's on me. That's his previous time that he then aborted and came into the pits, but it never wanted to clear the information. So he was previously on a quick lap. Maybe he'll be able to improve. He's currently 2/10 off Bence Horvath for Team Iris. Well, it wasn't Bence Horvath who set that time for Team Iris, but he's the one in the car right now.
He is indeed. So he makes his way out on through, and seeing what he can do out on the track then as he winds up to start another lap. So too does Jerne Simoncic, making his way through the Casio Triangle onto the start-finish straight. Robert Palm then making his way in towards the first corner. Here's Lee Russell getting all out of shape out of the second Degner, and that's a heck of a clatter into the barrier there, out of that second Degner. The car coming off the ground. The force was so severe. And we've also got something lined up for Christopher Kianek, as I see Jerne Simoncic has run wide on the exit of the first corner and tries to get his way back out onto the track there. And yeah, just looking like the back end underneath him just over-rotated, and around he went.
Yep. Well, it's not how you like it to go. Now, I have some news. What's happened to the 64 Moradness E-Stars car?
Yeah, it's dropped off the standings for now.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they're back in a few minutes' time. Otherwise, their lap time from Q2 does not count. You have to be in the server when the timer hits 0. Otherwise, whatever effort you put in is down the drain.
Yeah, all that hard work, as you said, just all for nout, as you'll get that maximum lap time added on, and that just does not go well with your, with your lap time, with your average lap time to get you onto the grid, and you could find yourself starting way further back than you want, and maybe even in a place where you don't want to start at all, which is right in the middle of those GTs. Not a great place to start your race for sure, because you really have to be on eggshells. You have to be on eggshells at the start of an endurance race anyway, but you don't want to be in and amongst cars you don't really want to be a part of. It's not going to go well. So Simoncic then.
Robert Pawn just improved by 3/10. He's jumped ahead of the 21. He's jumped ahead of the 1/6 and he's found himself in second.
Now, great lap time then from Paul then in that number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car machine, and puts himself now further up the order. Is there more time to come then for the 50 Juices Motorsport Club car? Well, Robert Pawn has made that car come alive as he now makes his way through the S's. Now, just don't know if he's going to be on a flying lap or not at this point, considering he's just been on one, but with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, he hasn't got long to bring that car back to the pit lane and back out again. If any case, this is him out for the rest of the session now.
Yeah. Well, let's see what else is to come. I think Jerne Simoncic is heading back out once again for another outlap. I think Alistair Young is on a lap. The first sector is not good for Alistair, so he's going to have to abort this one, and with just a couple of minutes remaining, he's only going to have one more go.
He is indeed, so all eyes will be on that one for sure. And Jerne Simoncic still trying to warm up his lap, and meanwhile we've got the Juices Motorsport Club car making its way out of Spoon Curve and onwards then towards 130R with a GT car in the distance. Chucking the car in towards 130R. It's got so much grip through there, flat out through there. He's just so easy in towards the closing stages of this lap through the Casio Triangle, but the Viaducton car has a spin nearby, and that might be the lap over. Yes, it is. It might have been a case that he was coming back to the pits anyway, but in any case, he comes back in. And the Viaducton car just having a spin at the exit of the Casio Triangle. Jerne Simoncic then, how is he getting on? Well, through this lap so far, looking like it's the out lap to start another flying lap, and with only 2 minutes on the clock as we look at this, when he gets to that line, it's last chance saloon. He will only really have one more chance to get and break into those 142s. Yusuf, make or break. Is this going to be the moment? Is this going to be the lap?
Is this going to be the 142? Well, he's got time to wind up. And so, you know what they say about diamonds being forged under pressure? Well, it's not full pressure because, yeah, sure, it's one last lap, but it's not for pole. They've already got pole in the bag right now. Also, improvements for the 404 Glam Racing car. They've put in a 56.8, so they've pulled slightly further clear of Volante Racing and cemented their spot, their second place start in the GT3 class. But right now, we don't care about anything else. We just want to be seeing what Jerne Simoncic pulls off.
We do indeed, as he now makes his way all the way through the S's then, and just making sure you hit every single apex the best you possibly can. And that is the third place LMP car, so the Satellite Racing Nello Pestorino getting all out of shape then through the second Degner. Here comes Robert Palm then, also through the second Degner, back onto the power, and he will have seen Pastorino on the inside there, and Pastorino just staying well out of the way. We're heading towards the closing stages of this qualifying session. Back onto the power, snap of oversteer from Palm then as he tries to get the power down. That is Jerne, not
Robert Palm. We've got an issue with the timing screen up. Sorry to jump across you there, Kieran.
We do indeed. Thank you for correcting me. Jerne Simoncic getting a mountain of oversteer coming out of that corner. That's going to wreak havoc with his lap time then. Let's see how he goes then through the spoon curve, and I have a feeling that might have just been that little bit of the last nail in the coffin of a 42 here, but no, never say never as we head our way through in towards 130R, chucking that car in then. So much grip in these cars as he now makes his way onwards towards the Casio Triangle for this final time then. Through he will go and towards the start-finish line to be one of the first to take the checkered flag. He won't do that because he'll be coming back into the pit lane, and that will be his qualifying over and a chance of a 42 done and dusted. And Pastorino has once again found himself facing the wrong way as we head towards these closing stages of this session. Robert Palm then on a flying lap 2 as he makes his way through. We've got the Juices Motorsport Club car also just making his way through in towards the second Degner. And just looking, seeing if there's any lap times that are lighting up our timing screens, Yusuf.
Nothing really showing up right now. I'm just trying to see. I think there was an improvement actually for Denis Eschenko, but it didn't really do too much. Sure, he found some extra time, but it didn't jump him ahead of anyone. And Alistair Young still close enough that he will be starting in third for the DPI class. I'm just checking from the 17 to the 33 because there was 2/10 between them in qualifying 1, and in qualifying 2, 5/10. So Denis Shevchenko with that Q2 time will take Unison ahead of Adrenaline in your overall qualifying results.
So we are just waiting for the last couple of cars to come across the line, Robert Palm being one of them, but he has been off the pace through the first 2 sectors so far, so don't be surprised to see him come into the pits. And there he goes into the pit lane as one of the last cars out there. Just a handful of cars yet to make their way through. A couple of GT cars out there. Denis Ischenko in the 17 Unison Racing car just making his way out there as well, and I believe that's the one of the
that is
GT
Alvaro
cars.
Ankowski in the 27.
It is indeed, and he actually improved on his lap time by 0.03 of a second. Well, that will all mean the difference. That could be a difference in the average qualifying time. You just never know. Any improvement is a good improvement, no matter how big or small it is. Denis Ischenko also just coming towards the line, and he'll be making his way back into the pit lane. Oh, there's a little bit of contact coming out of, I think that was the second Degner.
Ooh.
And just making our way through now, but that is going to bring a wrap and a close to the qualifying session. And, well, Yusuf, a little bit to unpack, but Jurnej Simoncic not able to break into those 142s, unfortunately, as we so built him up to. You said it was going to be a tough order, it was going to be a tall order. That's exactly what it became.
Honestly, it was an incredible lap from Michi Hoyer. Can't take anything away from him. I will say, though, this one was in the night, so maybe a bit of difference there. That being said, Jurnej and Michi Hoyer, those two are just incredible, and I think Miranda Sea Stars are going to have their work cut out.
Absolutely, and when we come back, a little bit of a short debrief to see and understand what we just saw and witnessed. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
We are live now. There we go. You can hear us again. Welcome back then to the GTR24H EEWC 12 hours of Matsusaka. The race will be tomorrow, and we're all looking forward to it. Our busybodies in the background are working hard on getting those qualifying results and ratifying them for tomorrow. Yusuf, yourself and I are going to have a full sort of debrief tomorrow morning, I feel. Round about 11 o'clock. What do you say? When we get the ratified results, we get to have a look through them, we understand, we get the idea of a season opener and what it can entail.
I absolutely love the idea. I'm really glad we came up with that idea all by ourselves. With no influence from Alex Goldschmidt.
None whatsoever.
Absolutely fantastic.
He's given us a death stare. So.
But look at that. It's an empty glass, just like how the timer in qualifying has hit 0. 2 qualifying sessions done. We've seen some thrilling action, and our first chance to see what the pace of all of the teams are, to get an idea of how these teams are going to match up against each other over the season. And from what we're seeing, it looks like we might have a few championship battles on our hand.
You rub your hands together. You absolutely love to see that. So Yusuf and I will be taking you through those qualifying results tomorrow once they're fully ratified and we get a clearer idea of who will start where. One thing that we should point out though, Michi Hoyer and Jerne Simoncic. What performances from them tonight?
I mean, specifically Michi Hoyer, because that lap time, he just destroyed Miranda's Esports.
Yeah.
Completely. That was like, you know, sometimes in F1 when you get that mega lap from Vettel, Verstappen or Hamilton, that's just like, that was that from Hoyer.
Yeah, I mean, that will go down in one of his, he'll put that in the scrapbook. Yeah. That's for sure. That's
Definitely.
how good it was. That's how good it was. And the thing is, we were talking about this actually on the flight over, how you can have all the pace. You can have drivers with all that pace. But when it comes to consistency, you've got to have that. You've got to have a bit of luck on your side as well. When do you come across the back markers? 12 hours coming across the GT cars is going to be a long time. And it's your responsibility as a hypercar to make sure you pass them safely. Your concentration has got to be up. There's a varying level of quantity of drivers per team. We've got a team of 3. There's teams of 5 drivers as well. So the varying levels of fatigue coming into the 12 hours as well will play a factor. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting season opener with these teams throughout all of the classes we've seen. Yusuf and I have specifically said GTE is going to be one to watch purely because of the quantity of teams, drivers that can really put on a show.
And it is the biggest class as well from what I'm seeing. Usually it's the LMP2 class that is the biggest. Last season we saw what was a 4-way battle for second place in the LMP2 class. After Varga missed out on a couple of races, it then became like a 5-way battle for the championship win, which Varga managed to hold on by 1 point in the final round after Deuces had a brake failure. Absolutely crazy, but GT this season is looking incredible. However, we will be breaking down everything in more detail tomorrow morning at 11 once we do have the full results. And we were talking a little bit about Deuces. I got confirmation from Nick Newcomb that their LMP2 time in Q1 was a 43.973. So we believe provisionally that they will be starting 3rd, but all of that will be checked overnight and we will have the official qualifying results and the race starting positions in the morning.
Absolutely, and we'll be bringing you those results at 11 o'clock Central European time. And of course, we will be live once again at 1:30 Central European time for the build-up to the race. The 12 hours of Matsusaka, day and night. And boy, oh boy, I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely, and I think that is probably the best place for us to wrap things up as well. It's been an incredible night. 4 hours of qualifying done and 12 hours of racing. Less than 12 hours away.
Yeah, absolutely. Sound like a good plan? Me too. So hopefully you will join us. Myself and Yusuf will be here at 11 o'clock Central European time to bring you all the qualifying results and what to expect from each class. Then myself, Alex Goldschmidt, Yusuf bin Sahar and Chris Buxton will all be with you tomorrow from 1:30 Central European time to bring you all the action as it happens live here on GTR24H. We cannot wait and I hope you can't as well. We'll see you again tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves, have a very good evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.